And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to Mo. Typical Nigerian time. Better late than never. Your friendly neighborhood or your Alafin man. I am here. So where are you? Gather, come and join. One man went to Mo. The eagle has landed. Come join.
Missing someone with all your heart. Missing someone with heart. How much you miss it, and you deserve. Right from the start, and you did right from the start. Missing someone is as normal. Missing someone. Missing someone is as normal. Missing someone with all your heart. Missing someone with heart. Missing someone. I am sad and so
So there we are. One man went to Mo. Gather, come and join. The hyperlink is on your screen if you want to come join live on screen. So just click on that hyperlink, and then, of course, once I've brought you the narration, then we can interact and discuss it. Plenty of people do that. Is and always proven to be a pleasant experience for everyone. So click on the hyperlink if you do want to come and join. But gather, share the links to the sessions so that your friends can come and participate and enjoy alongside you. Plenty to go through in this session. Apologies for coming on a lot later than I usually do. I do have a life, plenty of, believe it or not, outside of these sessions. And of course, real life takes priority over anything else. But here we are and gathered, and to the narratives we go. So first, the first headline: Buhari supporters would never allow Tinubu to become president. Lamido saying this, so we listen rather to the former Jigawa State governor Sule Lamido. So he speaks to that space, but of course he's from a different party. So how has he arrived at that assertion? So we'll look at that. APC postpones Congress's national convention indefinitely. So we were discussing not that long ago that the parties are going to try and outweight each other to see who the other party is looking to present as a presidential candidate. So to that space, that headline, Nnamdi Kanu was nabbed whilst strolling in Kenya. So more details of what happened to Nandi in Kenya continues to emerge. So he was out on a casual stroll and picked up by the Kenyan authorities. The next headline: Nigerian lawmakers seek to remove Buhari governor's immunity clause. So that's immunity to act as will. That's now been removed, or considerations given to its removal. So we look into that as well. Femi Adesina, a betrayer of Yoruba people, Afenifere, the socio-cultural group of the Yorubas, speaking to that space. So we wonder, we will find out exactly why Femi Adesina is being excommunicated out of the Yoruba race. Back to Kenya and back to Nnamdi Kanu still. Nnamdi Kanu's UK passport still in Kenya despite arrest extradition. So we find out exactly what that means. And still on that passport still, Nnamdi Kanu's British passport found in Kenya signaling abduction by Buhari regime. So it's either or because we are not going to take two of those stories, so we'll decide on which one of them to take. So click on the hyperlink, come and join live on screen. Kick back, charge up your glasses with your. I wouldn't recommend you drinking alcohol at this time of the night. So a warm cocoa or chocolate drink, it's my recommendation, or even milk. So get your glasses of warm milk ready as I bring you this. Buhari supporters would never allow Tinubu to become president. Sule Lamido speaks to the space. Former governor of Jigawa State, Alhaji Sule Lamido, has claimed that supporters of President Muhammadu Buhari are opposed to the prospects of ex-Lagos State Governor and APC national leader Bola Tinubu becoming president in 2023. Speaking in Kano during an interview with select reporters, the People's Democratic Party (PDP) chieftain said that the promoters of the Buhari presidency would most certainly shun Tinubu's candidacy in 2023, fearing that his emergence will automatically dwarf their 8 years performance and erase their place in history. According to Lamido, in 2023, the emerging political scenario is that anybody with a personality, they would not put him there. If you put Tinubu there, he would bury Buhari's achievement. This is because Tinubu is focused. He knows what he's doing as a leader. He builds people, he builds economies. He has so much going for him that they just envy him. And therefore, they would never allow him to get the presidency because if he gets there, his achievement would simply bury Buhari's and make nonsense of his presidency. They would not allow him. Lamido said emphatically. Lamido, who scored the Buhari administration low on all fronts from security to economy, including management of the various crises currently bedeviling the country, regretted that all these problems were offshoots of our bad leadership. There are defined features of good leadership. It is about justice, it is about equity, it is about fairness, about mutual respect, about trust, about love, about empathy. It is not something that is very difficult, but they are abandoned at the moment, and no matter who is there, so long as you abandon part of these or all of these, you surely can't get it right, he argued. When you are an 8 year president under our democracy and you said that you will only work where you get your vote, where do you put your oath of office? He asked. And in any case, why must you belong to a political party before you get your rights as a Nigerian? It is not our constitution. But must you belong to a political party before you get your rights? He questioned. Whoever becomes Nigeria's president must give me my rights. When you say that because I didn't vote for you, that you will not give me my rights. When you say things like this, people would not put their trust in you as a leader. It is very, very clear that there would be some crises, he observed. Lamido said that a Nigerian president should be able to apply the measures of good leadership as specified in all the books, adding that once that is done, things will get better and Nigeria will get back on track. Speaking on the position of the southern governors on open grazing, Lamido stated that the proposed law to check their activities was unnecessary, saying that that particular lifestyle of roaming from forest to forest was bound to evolve away in the face of modernity without requiring any particular intervention. It is very basic. Whether the government intervenes or not, whether there is a grazing law or not, this kind of culture of roaming around with cows would simply disappear. Something is going to happen. So why we keep pushing? So why we keep punishing ourselves, losing our sleep, wasting our energy over an issue that is simply evolutionary? One day, maybe in the next 50 years, you will not find any cow in the forest. You will find cows like they do in America, in areas where they produce the grass for pasture, where they do the milking and others. It is just because we are simply in a hurry. You can't simply alter a culture, a tradition through law, which is about 100 years old. You can't do that. There are some things that are very simple to understand, but which are made very difficult because of political interest. You don't have to make a law for grazing. Time would wind it away. So that is Lamido essentially speaking to that APC space, stating in his view that they would not allow Tinubu to become our president, but the reasons that he adduced surprised me, but I agree with them. Tinubu, of course, will probably make the best president that Nigeria has ever experienced, better than Goodluck Jonathan and Obasanjo even, simply because of his progressive ideas, and it's exactly for those reasons Lamido will have that they would not allow him to be president. To the next headline, APC postpones Congress's National Convention indefinitely. So to that space, the process for wards, local governments, state congresses, and national conventions of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, earlier scheduled to commence on July the 24th, 2021, has been postponed indefinitely. The postponement was contained in a letter signed by the national chairman of the APC Caretaker Extraordinary Convention Planning Committee, who is governor of Yobe State, Mia Malabuni, and the national secretary of the CECPC, Senator John, I won't attempt his last name. The letter dated July the 6th, 2021 was addressed to the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. Bear with me for a moment. I'm just going to take a short break from the reading just to attend to something. But whilst I'm away, I'll bring in people to just speak to what's been said already. So, Ola, good to see you. Speak to the space. We have Ajanle Koko as well, and we have Ego. So, fill in the void whilst I just attend to something for a moment. So, Ola, first to you, and then whoever wants to chime in. Ola, good to see you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Everyone can hear you. Just speak to the space.
Okay, so I want to start from the one Lamido said. I don't know where he got his own logic that that we should leave all the wanderers, all the criminals wandering around the bush, killing farmers, abducting people, kidnapping people for ransom. He said it's over a century-year-old culture that cannot be phased out with law. So, when we have leaders that make comment like this, we start wondering if they ever really, if they are really qualified to even come closer to, even when they are making decisions to even vote people in power. Because a good leader, we know that, okay, let's, for example, now, how long did it take a merciless law, for example, to stop that killing of twins? How long did it take all these British people to change their culture through the type of education tailored? They tailor that education to changing our culture from what it used to be. So when someone is giving an excuse, I think his statement is more political, because where he's trying to pacify this criminal that has no place to live other than to come to the city to commit crime and go back to the bush. So maybe he's trying just to balance the situation, not to offend them. A law simply means that when you make law, you can educate these people to let them know the implication of their actions. You stop them. When you prevent people from doing something within decade or 2 decades, this culture will die gradually. But when you don't want to make an attempt, like if you are going to take whatever he's saying seriously now, for example, since when have we been witnessing different type of modernization? How come these people, instead of disappearing, that they were even mobilizing themselves to come to where they believe is God given to them, just to want to make sure that they overrun everybody? So to me, Lamido can continue to talk to the bird in the airs, so good luck to him. But I believe that everybody cannot be stupid, everybody cannot be fooled at the same time. So to me, anti-grazing law, I think, will still be what any government that is ready to do the right thing will go through. So to me, I can't take Lamido seriously on that matter. Then on that of Tinubu, well, even though I believe that Tinubu will never become the president of the country, not because I believe Northerner will become the president of the country, based on what I've heard, based on what my belief is, I think there's going to be radical change, and I even strongly believe that that change will start this year. So, and that 2023, I think things will change. Even like I said, like my first choice, for example, my agitation, my support goes to self determination agitator. But if we cannot get that one, I'd be okay with restructuring. If we restructure the type of arrangement we have now, if we can move toward the path of justice rather than allowing some political merchants just to continue to deceive us with their agenda and to try to make people become poorer. So I think I will still be okay with restructuring. That's what I need to say now. Is there any other topic, Christopher? Hello.
Hi.
Okay. So that's for that. Then, if I want to say something on Afenifere, even though I know one man has not talked about that, we're saying Femi Adesina is a betrayal of Yoruba people. Well, it's difficult for me to say, really, because what I'm saying is this: we have different type of people. It depends on your orientation and your ideology. When Gani Fawemi was alive, there's no way you will have given Gani Fawemi the position that is occupied by Femi Adesina. He would never have taken that position. Even when the like of Wole Soyinka, even and the late Taisholari even took some position under IBB. Immediately they realized that that position will actually mess them up. Instead of giving excuses, they left the position. But when I said poverty sometimes, sorry to say, goes beyond lack of material things. The poverty can be poverty of idea, poverty of principle, poverty of the standing for the right thing. So it's not everybody that is that principled. You see, sometimes when you are trying to defend impunity, injustice, you don't know when you become champion of injustice. I think that's exactly what is happening to Femi Adesina. Although professionally he may be doing his job, but there are some job you do too that you have to consider the moral aspect, because whatever we see, whatever we enjoy today, or whatever affluent situation we find ourselves today, extend beyond, because some people fight for posterity, while some people, all they know is what they want now. So we like Femi Adesina as a traitor to Yoruba or to Yoruba. Yeah, based on his ideology, based on the side of the on the support it belongs to. Yeah,
All
they
right.
might not be far from the truth. So that's
All
my
right. Thank you,
opinion
Ola.
about
Thank you
this.
for filling in whilst I just start to step away. So we'll find out soon enough why they are saying Femi Adesina is a betrayer. So thank you a lot to Ola, to Igo, and to Ajanle Koko. I'll bring you back, but let me just deliver the rest of the talking points. So let me take that story from the very top again. So 2023, APC postpones Congress's National Convention indefinitely. And as I was saying before, I had to step away. This chimes with what we were talking about yesterday as to who blinks first in terms of who presents their candidates first. So, to that space, this headline APC postpones Congress's National Convention indefinitely. The process for wards, local governments, state congresses, and national convention of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, earlier scheduled to commence on July the 24th, 2021, has been postponed indefinitely. The postponement was contained in a letter signed by the national chairman of the APC's caretaker extraordinary convention planning committee, who is governor of Yobe State, Mia Malabuni, and national secretary of the CECPC, Senator John, I won't attempt his last name, excuse me. The letter, dated July the 6th, 2021, was addressed to the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. Though no specific reason was given in the letter, correspondents gathered that the indefinite postponement can be linked to logistics challenges. The letter reads, we refer to our letter reference number and then a quote reference number dated June the 10th, 2021 on the above subject and wish to inform the Commission that the party has rescheduled its congresses and national convention to a later date, which will be communicated to you. This serves as a formal notification pursuant to the provisions of Section 85 of the Electoral Act 2020 as amended. Whilst hoping to receive your cooperation, please accept the assurances of my highest esteem. Meanwhile, a support group within the ruling All Progressive Congress APC has warned the leadership of the party against allowing anyone to join the party. The group, identified as the National Committee of APC Support Groups for Senator Al Maturu, warned the current leadership headed by the chairman of the APC caretaker slash extraordinary convention, Governor Mia Malabuni, to be sure of the intention of some defectors before allowing them into the party. The group alleged that some defectors from the PDP are joining the APC in order to escape the prosecution by the EFCC and continue to enjoy their looted funds. The APC group made this submission in a communique read by its national chairman, David Ezedema. So that's how that tails off. But of course, the APC are effectively postponing its convention indefinitely. So I'm reading that to mean who blinks first between them and the PDP, but I'm interested to know what your views are. So to the east we go, and only one name reverberates in the east. Nnamdi Kanu, you all know the goings on with Nnamdi Kanu, and these are the circumstances now that has led to that goings on. Nnamdi Kanu was nabbed whilst strolling in Kenya. A reliable source, his brother, bringing this to the public consciousness, Kingsley Kanu, brother to the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, has said Nnamdi Kanu was nabbed whilst taking a walk in Kenya. Whilst announcing the arrest of the IPOB leader last month, Abubakar Malami, Attorney General of the Federation, had refused to disclose the location where he was nabbed. But Kingsley had issued a statement in which he said his brother was picked up in Kenya, from where he was moved to Abuja. In an interview with UK Guardian, Kingsley said he spoke with his fugitive brother before his arrest. Kanu was standing trial for treason in Nigeria before he jumped bail. The UK passport remains in Kenya. The UK Guardian quoted him to have said, I spoke to him on the phone. He was well in Nairobi. His associates said he went out. He didn't take his documents with him, so he wasn't planning to go anywhere. Then, all of a sudden, we see him paraded in handcuffs in Abuja. It is an extraordinary rendition aided by Kenya authorities. It is an outrage that cannot be allowed to happen. We are holding the Nigerian government and Kenyan government responsible. The British government, they know what is happening. Kingsley added that the United Kingdom had made contact with Kanu's family and legal team and that there were concerns he would be abused in detention. I am concerned for his well-being because you know how they will treat him, Kingsley said. Kenyan authorities have denied involvement in the arrest of Kanu. So there you are, Kanu still in the throes of it. But the next person that almost likely will be in the throes of it, if this passes through, will be Malam Buhari and the governors of this particular administration. Nigerian lawmakers seek to remove Buhari governor's immunity clause. So that immunity clause, of course, that enables them to act as will. The House of Representatives is considering a bill to ensure that the president, vice president, and governors and deputy governors lose their immunity in the form of exemption from court trials. The House of Representatives is deliberating the removal of the immunity clause they enjoyed. They enjoy rather. A bill to make it possible for their criminal and civil prosecution will soon be read for the second time at the Green Chambers. Honorable Remende Kwewem, a member of the People's Democratic Party PDP from Taraba, sponsored the Constitution Amendment Bill. The existing law shields persons named and referred to in subsection 3 of the Section 308 of the 1999 Constitution from lawsuits. Persons holding the office of president or vice president, governor or deputy governor are covered under subsection 1AB and C, 2 and 3. In effect, by this constitutional provision, the restriction is placed on legal proceedings for persons holding these offices under subsections 1 and 2 and section 308, Kwawam said. The lawmaker explained that his bill aims to amend sections blah 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 to ensure government leaders, no matter how highly placed, answer for their action. So immunity removed from Buhari and co, etc., is what the House of Rep is looking to effect. So how that plays out, we'll find out in the fullness of the course of time. And what you think is in play, I'm happy to hear from you when I come back to the room. Femi Adesina, a betrayer of Yoruba people. Afenifere speaking to the space. Pan-Yoruba Socio-political organization, Afenifere, has declared Femi Adesina Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to President Muhammadu Buhari as a betrayer of the Yoruba people following his recent statement justifying the action of his principal, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, the national leader of the organization, who stated this in an exclusive interview with correspondents on Saturday, said Adesina's utterances since becoming the president's media aide is at variance with his views before his appointment. Recall that Adesina had a few days ago said President Buhari is a man of iron and steel who will not hesitate to whip into line anybody who misbehaves in any part of the country. Speaking to correspondents, Adesina, who said the Yoruba people will get rid of Buhari through prayers, added that Adesina is behaving as if President Buhari will remain in power forever. He said, Femi Adesina is a sellout of the Yoruba people. When you compare what Adesina was writing as editor of of the Sun newspaper and what he is doing now, you feel ashamed for him. He has no principles at all. He has forgotten that 10 kings, 10 seasons. Adesina has forgotten that Buhari will leave his position as president soon and Nigeria will remain. Then we will look at Adesina and say, where are you now? Adesina is thinking that Buhari will triumph over iniquity. No, it can never happen. We will get rid of Buhari through prayers to God because God does not support injustice. Then we shall see what Adesina's life will look like. So, potent and powerful words from the Afenifere leader, a betrayer of the Yoruba race. This is what per additional, so which of the past? So many past now that we reference now. So a betrayer of the Yoruba race. This is what Pa Adebanjo is saying. I concur in its entirety, but what are your thoughts? That guy, of course, when Buhari leaves now, I hope he builds him a boys' quarters in his yard in Katsina, in Daura, because that guy now entirely excommunicated from the Yoruba race. Back to the Nnamdi Kanu space and exactly what happened there. So we'll make this the last headline. Nnamdi Kanu's British passport found in Kenya, signaling abduction by the Buhari regime. So still on that evergreen story, the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, continues to stir controversies. Evidence has emerged indicating that the Buhari regime abducted and repatriated him from Kenya. Since Mr. Kanu's repatriation in June, the regime has kept mute on the country where he was taken from, even though his family as well as his attorney, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, accused the regime in cahoots with the Kenyan government of abducting the separatist leader. Mr. Ejiofor claimed that Kenya's special police force detained and tortured the separatist leader before he was later handed over to the Nigerian government. Before Mr. Ejiofor's assertion, the Kenyan High Commissioner to Nigeria, Wilfred Machange, had refuted claims that Mr. Kanu was arrested in the country, describing it as deliberately concocted to fuel antagonistic feelings in the minds of certain sections of the Nigerian people against the people of Kenya. However, findings by the Guardian, a British outlet, indicated that Mr. Kanu's UK passport remains in Kenya. He was said to have entered the East African country this year with his British passport on a visa expiring in June, the newspaper said. The revelation appeared to show that Mr. Buhari has yet to step away from the crude tactics he used during his days as a military junta in 1984, when a former Nigerian minister, Umaru Diko, was abducted in London and put in a wooden crate to be shipped to Nigeria. British intelligence subsequently discovered Mr. Diko and thwarted the operation, subjecting both Mr. Buhari and Nigeria to global ridicule. Also, Kingsley Kanu, a brother to the British Nigerian citizen, claimed that they spoke over the phone a few days before his arrest. So I think we've covered what Kingsley said. So is that okay? So we leave that there and come into the room and take samplings on what people are making of the narrative. So Igor, we still have you. Ola, we still have you. Anyone else that wants to come and join them, please do. But to you, Ola, we've now had the full flavor of the talking points. So what are your thoughts? So just to rattle through the headline. Buhari supporters will never allow Tinubu to become president. This is Sule Lamido speaking. He's a PDP man, of course, but he's a satiated and marinated politician. So he's saying that APC postpones their convention. Kanu was strolling when he was picked up in Kenya. Lawmakers seeking to remove immunity from the president and the governor and their deputies and vice. Femi Adesina, a betrayer of the Yoruba people. So to all of that and to you, Ola.
Yeah, like Lamido that is saying the supporter of Buhari won't allow Tinubu. Yeah, he may not be too far from the truth, but the only thing is he needs to understand what part are those supporters coming from. Because as we have supporter of Buhari in the south, so we have in the north. If he's saying the supporter of Buhari in the northeast or in the northwest, that is understandable. I believe, even though I don't believe in 2023, but I believe if Tinubu were to be voted for in 2023, I think the
Sorry,
supporter of
sorry, what do you
Buhari,
mean you don't believe in 2023? You don't believe it will happen, or you don't care either way. What does that mean? You don't believe in 2023?
I believe there will be some changes to the political arrangement in Nigeria before 2023.
Okay.
Because with the way things are going now, I think Buhari has actually pushed people to the point of thinking, even though I know it could be a shagania, but for even lawmakers to be saying they want to remove immunity,
Hmm.
yeah, that says a lot. Even we know that it could be a joke, really, because uh, except those governors in power now and those lawmakers, especially those governors in power now, that they know that they won't come back there, except they want to make sure that that happens, then good. But for the fact that someone will try to raise that is telling us that for the first time in the history of Nigeria since 1999, people are thinking that all these all these people with executive power, they are too powerful that they need to strip them off of their immunity uh, from prosecution. Because normally, I would not expect a lawmaker really to be saying that. Because that's why I'm saying that it may not be that serious. Because you don't even need to remove immunity of the presidency of the president from of the president before you even try to impeach if you are really serious. You can as well gather and impeach Buhari if you want, but it's fine. I know that that kind of immunity too may be to set whosoever that is coming up, right? Whosoever that is coming there, that removal of that immunity might be the political settlement tools, to threaten the president in power, to do all those things, to make sure that he actually dance, that the
Do
person
you
actually
think
dances to
do
the
you think
tunes.
that can pass through though, seeing the sort of stranglehold that Buhari and his party have over pretty much all the houses of parliament in Nigeria? Do you think
Eh, if they are so sure that Buhari will leave by 2023, for example, and we saw that and the thing is coming to the south, they may allow the thing to pass. Because after all, it's not affecting the current holders, because there won't be they'll be so selfish that they don't have anything to defend, they don't have anything to lose, so they may allow that to go so that they can always unleash their attack dog, permit me to use that word, to
mm,
threaten whosoever in power that will not listen to them. Just imagine a situation where a president is there and they want to hold him to ransom, they want to blackmail him, and we are saying, okay, we have our people in the judiciary. We are going to fight this criminal this thing against you and remove you. So a different permutation, over time, we understand what exactly they are trying to do. So, like I said, even a serious person, if they are so serious about Buhari, for example, the house can still gather and impeach Buhari if they want to. You don't have to enact law knowing that the thing might not even affect Buhari, because you don't expect Buhari to sign that law that will remove his immunity when the man is enjoying absolute power. So it's a joke because Buhari we have to sign, right? So
oh yes, well,
I,
exactly, which is the whole thing. It's just
so
this is why they say the Nigerian presidency is the most powerful in the world. Everything that vests power in absolute powerness is vested within the Nigerian space. You are like you rightly said, the powers to checkmate him, he has to sign them into law, and he of course will not sign anything that checkmates him. So it's a catch-22 situation. But to what
Exactly.
Lamido is saying, the reasons that is adducing for the party APC not favoring Tinubu, he is saying that Tinubu's performance will expose just how crass and crude the Buhari experience has been, and that above everything else is the reason rather that he is adducing for the party who are weighing against Tinubu is going to dwarf them. Essentially, is what he's saying just by performance.
Yeah, we have to give credit to Tinubu in the sense that what he did in Lagos, I understand where Lamido is coming from,
Mm,
but leading a state that is almost homogeneous,
mm.
in the sense that, okay, even though we have all the ethnic group in Nigeria
But is that
represented
not
in
a mini
Yoruba.
Nigeria though? And the way he ran his government, a lot of this, that like Ngige, he was a Tinubu commissioner. I mean, a good 20, if not 30% of his cabinet as Lagos governors were non-Yoruba. So and Lagos is essentially a mini Nigeria. Everybody is in Lagos.
Yes, it looks so, but it's totally different if we really want to expand. This is just like we are talking of someone that is riding maybe a bicycle now. You now say, okay, before someone can ride a bicycle because he know all the route, for example, let us give the person a car to drive. It's going
But
to be totally different experience.
Surely somebody that has governed Lagos qualifies above any other Nigerian to rule that country because Lagos, like I said, is a mini Nigeria, and that encapsulates all that is Nigeria more than every other space. There's no space within Nigeria that even comes to 20% of national representation than Lagos. So Lagos essentially is Nigeria condensed into a small geographical space. So the most qualified person to run Nigeria will be whoever has governed Lagos. I will put that forward.
No, I'm not saying Buhari is not qualified. I'm not saying Tinubu is not
Tinubu,
qualified,
yeah.
but using his
You are saying that
performances in
the
Lagos.
Nigerian presidency is a bigger
Yes,
yeah, but I'm
it's a
saying
bigger
that
headache.
is yes, it's a bigger headache, but what the most qualified person to take on that position is whoever governs a space like Lagos, because there is nothing that trains you more to govern Nigeria than ruling over Lagos, because Lagos is a mini Nigeria.
Yeah, this is where it is now. When you are ruling Nigeria now, you have to put so many things into consideration. Number
Mhm.
one, you are dealing with the National Assembly this time around, not the State Assembly, whereby you just choose, you remove whosoever you like, you impeach. Now, more so, the National Assembly we are talking about, we have group of people that have their allegiance to certain group, whether emir, whether whosoever they have there, whether class of 66 or whosoever they have their allegiance to. Then the military is a factor too. So it's a lot
Oh,
of
okay,
different
Ola, who
permutations.
is
So
most qualified to rule Nigeria? Who?
no, no,
Describe.
no, no. I'm saying Tinubu is qualified, but that the performance issue is what I'm saying, that truly while
Oh,
Tinubu
you mean he
performed,
will not be able to perform to the Lagos State
the performance may be different
because
entirely.
he has a more complex matters to contend with?
Yeah, the performance may be totally different if it doesn't face the
Do you know
process right.
Do you know Tinubu's style of performance? Do you know his way of doing things?
No,
Tinubu's way of doing things is essentially Obasanjo's way of doing things. What Tinubu does is the easiest form of management and the most effective form of leadership. What Obasanjo did is what Tinubu did in Lagos as well. He will pick the best person for the positions. Look at all of the people that Oshibando, he created that man. Fashola, he created that man. Aregbeshola, he created him in Gigedi. So he just picks the best people and the thing will run for itself. So the same template will replicate in Nigeria no matter how complex it is. Just pick the best man for the positions and the country will function.
I'm not saying I'm not saying Tinubu is not qualified. I'm talking of measuring the performance now.
Mhm.
The performance, if he doesn't get the process right, will be thing. Okay, look at Obasanjo we reference now. Who was the minister of works? Is it works or in charge of road transport, road and this in during Obasanjo, for example, and then the man from Edo State. Look at what man did. What did the man do? You know, yeah, you could not give anything, you couldn't say anything he did to that of Lagos, Abeokuta Road. You could see so many infrastructure that INA was supposed to take care in decade. Then you will see the like of Adedibu to running the riot the way they like, the way they like somewhere in Ibadan. See, he will perform. Whosoever has that type of Tinubu, we perform. But I don't just want to think that with the type of processes we have at the federal level, if it is not solved, I don't expect Tinubu to have that level of that performance. If what Tinubu will do, we get there and fix the processes, then it's okay by me. I think it's going to perform. But if it doesn't fix all those things that it still has some National Assembly there, you know, we know the type of headache that Atiku even gave Obasanjo alone. You know, it took Obasanjo some level of wisdom to conquer the level of Atiku. And we know how people undermine Jonathan Goodluck. It wasn't as if Jonathan Goodluck is incompetent. No, they made him look incompetent. It's not as if
No,
it was
he
incompetent. So
was feeble. That was his problem. He was feeble. He did not have the
where
bite. You know, they are not making Buhari look incompetent now, because he
yeah,
will
you
just
know,
send the DSS to your house to go and shoot you. We know that he will just kill you.
And in John man is not that lily liver. The guy just applies senses. If Jonathan wanted to be brutal, honestly, he will be brutal, and the result may be different. But that man just decided to be a gentle and well civilized man. That is why we think the guy had no guts. Truly,
Jonathan is not a tyrant now.
exactly. That's what Jonathan did.
Yeah,
Don't
but that
maybe
was what I'm saying, Nico, that maybe he should have been, because Nigeria seems to respond more to a strong man than anything else.
And if he
So
had done
maybe
that, he
that
will do it. If he had done that, he will do it successfully. We run the second test successfully, heaven will not fall.
heavens will not fall. This is what he should have done.
exactly.
He should have
I'm
put
telling
himself
you.
back in an election that he won
Ah,
anyway, and heavens will not fall. They will do their shooting up in the north as they always do their shooting up. He will put in more soldiers to
nothing. We
quell them
arrest
down,
them, put them in
and
jail.
life will carry on.
Heaven will not
You
fall.
know,
That
heavens
that
will not fall. He should have done
that's
that.
it.
I blame
That will
Goodluck
do it.
Jonathan for a lot of what is happening now. He gave up too easily and he surrendered to the Aboki, and look at where he has put us now.
No, that is exactly what we're saying. You know, sometimes too, it's good for Nigerians to learn. You know, okay, now see all the lies they use to promote Buhari. We can see all those lies now. Even when Buhari destroyed the economy between 1984 and 1985, some people said no, he cleared the economy. How will you explain a situation when a bread that was sold for 10k for 10 kobo was sold for 70 kobo by the time Buhari was leaving? So you see the type of more abandoned projects. No Lagos State will have had metro rail as far back as 1984, 1985. This man, despite the deposit they made for those things, he messed up the economy. So
Mm.
when they were promoting this guy in 2015, now they brought lies. No, it was not the one. It was this and that. They painted the guy as Angel Gabriel, the person that will bring peace, that we make everything be, we make heaven on earth, and we can see now. So
Okay. Ola, just for reasons of time, let's go on to the APC postponing their Congress. What do you think is at play in that? So APC postponing their Congress.
where I think the the power tussle is that is all about. I think they don't know where they want the power to swing to. You know, they are saying, you know, like the people from the north they want the power, people from the south they want the power. I think postponing it will just give them enough time to do underground negotiation. You know, this thing is all about negotiating for what will benefit even the present criminals, you know, to make sure that okay, whosoever they are going to support will be the people, will be the one they be able to trust. So they know. So I think they need time for negotiation. That's the basic thing I can say about
I
that.
was discussing with Ovie earlier, and I was saying that the two main parties, are waiting to see who the other one presents so that they can counter it. So if APC is presenting a northerner, then PDP wants to present a northerner. But then if APC presents a southerner, then PDP has that option to either counter that or follow suit.
Yes, that's a brilliant thinking. That's a brilliant thinking. I agree with you. So it could be like they are trying to do. They are trying to see what's going to be the dominant strategy for either party. Like playing this game theory. Trying to look at the strategy their opponent will adopt, which is not out of the equation. I agree with you based on that. Really, I agree with you based on
Oh,
that.
oh.
Then going to Mr. Adesina, we're
Yeah.
talking about him the other time.
Hold on. I think we might be losing Ego for a while. So maybe Ego, are you with us or Ego? Okay, I think he's stepped away. So yeah, sorry. Go on to Mr. Adesina and Omale Yoruba is essentially what Pa Adebanjo is saying. I concur. Do you?
You see, because you can't blame Pade Banjo because everything that Femi Adesina is doing now is anti-Yoruba. Okay, how will you expect? Okay, they said Fulani are killing people, and okay, they said okay, give land so that we can resolve this thing. It was Femi Adesina that will tell you, it's either you give your land or you die. Then you give your land or you die. How will you say that? Because just imagine Femi Adesina that is talking. You inheriting some land from his great grandparents, and Fulani now say, okay, this is what we need for Ruga, for example. So look at the way that man think. Meanwhile, within the same space, when they were pushing Oshibajo, even though they silenced that man, yet the guys still know how to keep quiet, not to run
It
this.
doesn't make a fool of the person that is best positioned to make a fool of himself is Oshibanjo, and
Exactly.
he has not really made a fool of himself. Like you said,
Exactly.
he knows when not to speak, and he knows when to speak, and he knows what to speak to. He has not said
Exactly.
anything on any of the goings on. He's just keeping his own. An experienced man, of course, unlike this
Exactly.
Agbero.
When they push Oshibajo to the wall during that Ruga thing, they were thinking that because they've taken his ace away, they do those things that he will support Ruga. He told them, it was his word that broke the backbone of those Ruga agitators that and said, look, he said we never agreed on Ruga. What we agreed on is national livestock program. And all thing about Ruga died away. Whereas we saw Femi Adesina that was promoting give your land or you die. Does that mean? So that means that
I wonder
anybody that
what will
wants to
happen to this guy in 2023. Somebody is suggesting in the comment section that he has to move abroad. Certainly not coming back to Yoruba land, because I don't know amongst whom he's going to live, or maybe go to Daura and go and live with his daddy.
It may not need to, but you know how politics is played in Nigeria, that when you are in power, you get your patronage now, but when it's out of power, people will just desert him and they just leave on it. So as long as he's not threatening anybody, where's Shukube Reje today, for example?
He's going to spend the rest of his life.
Androaka?
He's going to spend the rest of his life defending the things that he has done in this period, because he's not going to walk away from this. Femi Adesina is going to spend the rest of his life defending why he found it defensible that Fulani men will go and kill people in Igangan, and he will be coming out to tell us that Buhari is a man of steel.
Yeah, I know. Yoruba don't forget history. That history we get to his great grandchildren. It's what you can trust. So,
this is an Afonja.
Exactly. But what people don't learn is this: those people that betrayed Nigeria in the past, where are they today? For example, now we have one Attorney General that took bribe just to make sure some people take like about $10 billion from our foreign reserve, for example. They will never forget about that. We've not forgotten about Nigeria today.
Is that Adoke? Yeah.
Adoke, yeah. We've not forgotten about Androaka. We've not forgotten about Shukumireje. We've not forgotten about Otto Zeribe. We've not forgotten about Adedibu and Co. and whatever they have done. Even Akintola, that
Buhari,
was not
even Babangida, who a lot of people are reputing to be probably the richest man in the world. All of that money has not been able to whitewash his image, because as soon as you say Buhari you immediately, the first thing somebody will say to you is corruption, and the next thing they will say is June 12th. So that's
Exactly.
the entirety of his story. No matter how much good he has done or how much bad he has done, you mention Buhari, people will say corruption, and people will say June 12th, and that will be the narrative of his name for the entirety of time.
Exactly. So even though your coupe that didn't even do up to what Femi Adesina is doing today, now you understand the history we always remember him for his negative impact during in the politics of Nigeria.
Or
So
his son that is a homosexual.
exactly.
Yeah.
Recently, one lady posted something about the history of his ancestors. You know that when Doyo Kupe was even trying to threatening the lady that that he would take the lady to court. You know, I can't remember the lady, but she's one of the publishers, one of the editor, one of the writers in the Nigerian dailies. So the lady just told Okupe, say, go ahead, please. That's I'm not a typical Nigerian that we never read. I did my research from even foreign library. Go and check it, and I'll be expecting your lawyer to take me to court. Until tomorrow, do your Okupe. So wait till by the time Femi Adesina leave that office, he doesn't understand the level of damages he has done now because he enjoys patronage. Some people are telling him that, especially those people that benefit from him, you are doing well, sir. So by
Oh,
the
oh,
time he comes out of the office, he will be replaced immediately, right? Those people
okay.
will see their
Somebody
allegiance.
is
So
saying in the comment section that is a savvy media person and he'll be able to whitewash his image. He will rebrand himself outside of
ah,
office. But we wait and see. Let's move on just for
well,
reasons
the
of time.
person doesn't understand when Yoruba get ote. There's only when you say ote, when Yoruba
Mm.
conspire against you or they write something against you. As he's documenting to repair, some Yoruba people will be helping him to write to make sure that he doesn't change because of that history. Trust, there are so many writers. You see, one funny thing, there are some foreign research sites that you will find what you even don't even know about Nigeria. You will find all those things there that some people will make research out of that, and anytime you refer to all those things, no matter how he try to repair his image, there will be some credible documentation somewhere in the academia that will nullify whatever he's trying to do. And trust people, they believe the people
Okay.
in the
Let's just
academic
move
world.
on to another narration just for time. Let's go to Nnamdi Kanu. So the stories emerging. His brother was has now come out to tell us that he was picked up whilst going for a stroll in Kenya, and his passport, according to the British Guardian newspaper, is still very much in the custody of the Kenyans. So categorically now, there's no escaping the fact that this guy was sold by the Kenyans. So this is what is imagined from that space. Nnamdi Kanu's British passport found in Kenya, signaling his abduction from that country. So this is what the British newspapers are saying.
Yeah, you know why I am unable to say Kenya authority, those people they are not guilty of this crime is that if they are not guilty of this crime, for example, I have expected them to take some action at the international level, at United Nations level, to say, okay, this is because when when Buhari tried to kidnap Umaru Diko in 1984, right? In 1984, around July 1984. For the United Kingdom to prove to you that that what they did in the state that they were not approve of those things, they move ahead to sanction Nigeria, serious sanctions. And that sanction extended beyond government and even extended to the citizen. And one of the reasons that it became difficult for Nigeria then, there was a time in Nigeria that you just needed maybe stamp on arrival, or you don't need visa to travel out of Nigeria then, that stamp on arrival. But since ever that time, these people they restructure the way Nigeria can even move. But when you see Kenya in their own case, they are not doing anything to even absorb themselves of that messy situation. Because look at it this way, I've always been doubtful of the situation when they say United Kingdom conspire with Nigerian government. I was saying let's wait and see
No,
unfolding.
no, I don't think that's just silly. Anybody that is suggesting that it was handed over by the United Kingdom is just being silly.
Exactly. So in Kenya, there's no record that a particular magistrate ordered the deportation or repatriation of Kanu to Nigeria. So two things must have happened. It's either the Kenyan government collaborated with Nigeria to perpetrate to commit this crime, or uh, or Nigeria find a way to use some agents to do some kidnapping, to just kidnap Kanu.
Was that your daughter trying to join in on the conversation?
I know they are just, boys, they are doing a raper,
Of course.
boys like
And
raper. So,
we will have we will find we don't want it any other way. A boy that is not rascal, you don't no. There must be rascality in boys.
when you have two boys, so a raper is a
No,
common
yes,
thing.
I have two, so I know exactly what you mean. But carry on, yeah.
And so now, so what they've done against Kanu, no matter how we see it, whether Kenya government collaborated with Nigeria, whether Nigeria went there to commit this thing, both Nigerian government and Kenya government, they are both corporate. Now, Kenya, to me, they are not doing enough to clear their name. So
Well,
when
they can't
Kenya,
stand it because all the evidence is overwhelming. The guy that was renditioned, he is alive, so he knows where they picked him up from. So they can only just make some mild empty noise, but they can't really do much to extricate themselves because Nnamdi Kanu is a talkative, he's alive, and is there to tell us where he was picked up from. So the country is there's no denying it. So we all know that it's Kenya.
so exactly. So what I would be expecting the likes of United Kingdom and the allies to do is to place appropriate sanctions against Kenya,
But
even for
they
their
are not going to do
assault.
that, though, are they?
If they don't do that, I will be wondering why they can't do that, because it's
No,
an
because
assault.
Kano is not worth the price. It's not Kano is not a price. It's not worth that effort to the UK. Why would they make that effort? Why would they want
E-
to trouble their relationship with Kenya and Nigeria because of some guy called Kano? He's not worth the. Is not worth that political spend.
Well, I would not totally agree, because some things, there's a way you can send message to some people
Yeah,
that
but they are
before
not
you
going
mess
to
up with my
spend
citizen.
political capital on Kano. Why would
Well,
Britain spend political capital on Kano? No reason at all. He was
well,
always a nuisance value to them. They didn't want him in the country in the first instance, but he carries the passport, so they just look away. Do you know how much it cost the United Kingdom to keep him in? Because they would have provided secret services to be monitoring him so that nothing happens to him in the UK. That guy is probably costing the British nation 10 to 50,000 pounds a day just for him being in. He would not even know that they are protecting him, but they will have people, or so it's just it's
well,
not
well,
worth
well,
the political capital. Yeah, that's
well, but I think UK knew about his situation before they helped him get his passport back to United Kingdom. So to
no.
me,
He has
although
a no. Yeah, he has a
I'm not
British
really
passport. So
knowledgeable,
anyway,
I'm
he
not
has
really
a
knowledgeable about in that space anyway. So I will just whatever I'm saying will be my opinion, really.
Yeah,
So
no, that is what we value. But thank you, Ola. Let's go on to Ego. So a very insightful contribution from Ola, and equally insightful contribution about to come from Ego. Now, Ego, the talking points. Lamido is coming out to tell us that Buhari supporters will never allow Tinubu to become president. APC postpones their convention. Nnamdi Kanu was picked up strolling in Kenya. The lawmakers in Nigeria are seeking to remove the immunity from the president, the vice, the governors, and their deputy. And Pa Adebanjo, Femi Adesina, a betrayer of Yoruba people. This is what Pa Adebanjo is saying via his Afenifere voice. So to all of that, Ego, good to have you.
Good to talk to you. Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Very well. Yeah. Let me begin with Lamido, Sule Lamido.
Yes.
You see the problem we have in this country. We still allow criminals to speak to us. We should try to reject criminals, anything they are saying out of their mouth. We must reject. This is the same Lamido that him and his son or whatever. You are not coming to the public space to tell us that Buhari supporters will not support Osibajo, will not support Tinubu. And it's the same Tinubu supporters who bring in Buhari into president. You are supposed to come to the stage and tell us that because Tinubu supporters brought Buhari to president, Buhari supporters
But
must
is he
also
not
join and bring
speaking to
Tinubu to
political
president.
reality though? He's not saying that he doesn't, because you
Wait.
have to remember,
I
hold
will
on,
come. I will
Lamido
come.
is PDP. It's not APC. He is
Yes,
PDP. So
yes,
he is even an
yes.
outsider just commenting.
I know.
Mm,
I will come to that stage where
mm,
she's speaking to that state of the mind or whatever. What
mm.
I'm saying is, for him to come to the public space and begin to tell us categorically clear that the same man who makes sure that Buhari comes to power with his supporters, that Buhari supporters will not be willing to make that man comes to power. Is that not a division? Do you expect us now to trust the word that he's telling us? If so, why did Tinubu so eager to push his
Do you
supporters alongside
disbelieve?
Buhari?
Do
I
you
don't
believe?
agree with Lamido though.
You don't
I don't
agree with
agree with
him.
Lamido. His
You don't agree
opinion,
with
his own
Lamido
opinion.
that Tinubu, Buhari supporters will stab Tinubu in the back. You don't agree.
I don't agree with Lamido. I don't agree with what Lamido is saying, but that
Mm.
what he said is more than possible. The possibility is 110% even. You understand? But for
So why
Lamido
don't
to
you
come
agree
to
with?
that
You
space,
do agree with him.
yeah, but for him to come to the space to push it to the public is what I don't really agree with him. Because even if the supporters are not really having such intention, what he's trying to tell us now is that they should have such mindset of not supporting the man who support their own. This is my take on that. Then moving on to the issue of Kanu being kidnapped, his brother is speaking. Is it the brother that we are supposed to be hearing from by now with regard to what happened to Kanu? Because Ejiofor has been given access to the Kanu. We believe that the lawyer should be able to come out and tell the Nigerian people
The lawyer
what
has
he
told us
has
that
from
he was
Kanu.
picked up from
This me?
Kenya. The
Yeah.
lawyer, hold on, Ego. The lawyer has told us that he was picked up from Kenya, but Nnamdi Kanu's brother, of course, Kingsley, he was in communication with his own brother all the way through. So he knew Kanu's movements. He was speaking to him in Kenya. They were on the phone to each other. So he knew. He said the guy just went for a stroll, and the next thing that they knew was he was being paraded in Abuja. So this is it. He has direct access to Kano up to the point that he was
Yeah, I
abducted
will
by
agree.
Buhari.
I will agree. I will agree with the brother completely. But if he was adopted in that Kenya, does the law allow that to go? Does the law allow such thing to take place? To kidnap someone in another man's country? Is there any treaty between Kenya and Nigeria with regards to extradition or arrest or whatever that they ever signed in this year AU stuff of guardian? So all these are what we will look into before we know if the Kenya has also committed crime.
Yeah,
Because
because
we
this was
know that
done.
what
This was
Buhari,
done outside of the law. Because if he was extradited via law, then he would have been flown with his
we
passport.
have a process.
He would have been
We have a
stamped out of
process.
Kenya.
Yes.
But is what they are saying? The British newspaper, The Guardian, is saying that Nnamdi Kanu's passport, the British passport, is still in Kenya. So that then tells us that Kanu was not stamped out of Kenya to arrive in Nigeria, which lends to the narrative of an abduction. So he was abducted, essentially, is what is imagined now. So
It was a
outside of the law.
mafia. It
Yeah,
was a mafia movement of adoption. What they
exactly.
did was completely illegal. It's a mafia movement of adoption they did to that canon. Well,
Mm.
let's continue following up the issue. For me, I join the people that is calling for the release of Kano. Because if Mr. President, Mr. Buhari, who call himself president, can have negotiation by sending people to bandits, I see no reason he cannot negotiate with people like the Kano and the Migboho and to stop this kind of rowdy and whatever that's going on in the country. That's my position with regard to Kanu and the country issue right now. What was the third?
And the lawmakers looking to remove immunity from Buhari, his vice, the governors, and their deputies. So immunity is
You
being
know this.
removed from the rulership.
You know these lawmakers. You know these lawmakers. If you are following these lawmakers very well, you will know that they are not making laws for Nigerians.
They are only
They are always
efficient. They are
yeah.
efficient
They
on
are
newspapers, nowhere else.
yes. They don't make
Noisemakers.
anything good, any better law. They don't bring any better law that will be nice for the Nigerian people. It's all about reason about their interests and whatever, and just run this country aground. See, it's high time we begin to understand that irrespective of what these lawmakers are doing in both the upper chamber and the lower chamber, the Nigerian people are determined to take the destiny in their hand. That's why we are calling for an electoral reform, that we are tired of this level of misleading 200 and something million people by just a microscopic few like Obayagbon. So we are very tired. That is why we are making some demand, so that whatever the case may be in this country, if they begin to treat everybody equal, if they get a constitution for us that binds everybody to the one and equal rights, you will see that there will be a rapid. That's why I don't normally subscribe to those who believe that Nigeria has collapsed. This country will never collapse. Those who are thinking that Nigeria want to collapse, they are just making mistakes. You will see a Nigeria that you will not believe that Nigeria can change, because it's there we are going. We are in a global village. Even the politicians are understanding that, yes, we are in a global village, that they can no longer be cowing people like the way it used to be in the past. So this country will be rebuilt. Forget what the politicians are telling us. The citizens are standing and we are demanding for a true constitution and a true electoral reform, so that we can be making leaders by our choice. And forget about these lies they come to parade at the TV everywhere, all the media space, time to time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Igo. I'll still take your sounding on the last story, but before I do that, can I invite everybody and anybody that is not yet subscribed to the platform to please do that? This helps with the YouTube algorithm and this brings more people into the conversation. If you want to come and express your views on the screen, as Igo, Ola, and Ajanle Koko have chosen to do, just click on the hyperlink to do that. But more importantly, give the session a thumbs up and click on the subscribe button. So do both as we continue to grow. And as we continue to grow, we take this last item from Ego. Pa Adesina, Pa Adebanjo, I should say, he speaks, and Omale is essentially what he's calling Femi Adesina. You are not a Yoruba man, but I'm sure you know what Omale means in Yoruba. So a betrayer of Yoruba people. Femi Adesina, a betrayer of Yoruba people. A headline attributed to Femi to Afenifere group. So what says you, Ego? Femi Adesina, a betrayer of
Uh,
Yoruba people.
uh, 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 Me, I don't really agree with what Pade Banjo is saying. Why? Femi Adesina is just someone who is working for his master, and no matter what the case may be, he will talk something good about his master and his administration. So what do you want this position to be? If he is the betrayer of the Yoruba people, then what is Osibajo, because he's the number 2 man of this country? What is he to the Yoruba people? See, the fact that the Femi is speaking does not mean that he's the enemy to Yoruba people, because they gave him the job. The job is what do you call it? Doing that as work is to speak. So when they give him a script and to go and defend your leader or your master, you must go there and you do whatever you want to make sure that your job is preserved, and that is what the Femi is doing. So those of them that are calling him a betrayer should also tell us who is Osibajo. Is Osibajo also a betrayer? They should also tell us, because we have not seen Osibajo before coming into the public space and condemning the act of his master, or going against whatever his master has ever said in this country.
No,
apart from the time that
I disagree with you on that,
I actually
Oshibajo
think
and Femi.
I think what Ego is making is a valid point, but disagree. Let's hear how you are disagreeing. Who is disagreeing? Yeah.
See Oshibajo knows that things are not going well. When he had the opportunity, when his boss was away, and when the Director General of the DSS did the wrong thing, he fired that person immediately.
I am going there.
Daura.
I
Now,
am going there. That is not the issue. That's
I'm
not
coming.
the issue.
Let me disagree with you now. Now, when Oshibajo did the wrong thing, you know, sometimes you see the wrong thing, you can decide to speak against the wrong thing. If you don't want to speak against the wrong thing, then don't speak in favor of the wrong thing. So what Oshibajo did whenever he sees the wrong thing is that he keeps quiet instead of coming out and rubbishing his own
But
integrity.
silence is
But
consent, is it
but
not?
that
Silence is
position, that
consent.
position of speaking is the job of that Femi Adesina. His duty is to speak. The duty of Oshibajo is not to speak. He's the vice president. He come out occasionally to talk.
No,
you understand?
know, in every
But
profession,
this guy that his duty is to speak day and night continue to tell you that this person is doing well, that they did not kill anybody.
I disagree.
What do you want him to come and tell you? Just tell me, if you are the one in that position, what would you do? Tell me.
No. I made an example of Wole Soyinka, Tai Solari, that whenever they were messed up in a position, they left the position instead of coming out to defend themselves. They left. Now, this guy was doing well in his career before he was appointed the spokesman. You see your boss doing the wrong thing, and you are coming now to defend the wrong thing. Is different. That's the ethic. Where's the ethic of the thing? You are doing something wrong. Okay, how do you see this thing? Fulani are killing people on Yoruba land, and it was Femi Adesina, not even Meeti Allah, that was even telling our people, give your land or you die. What? So where is the ethic? Where's the ethic of the profession?
Very good talk. Very good talk. Very good point you make there now. Okay, now let me come. Buhari, who is the leader, who has appointed Femi Adesina, and gave him the work of speaker of this and this and that. Then Femi Adesina now is doing his job and has refused to resign, refused to follow any leg of any other person, trying to protect his interests. And then you say, is the betrayal of Yoruba, that Oshibajo, he did this, did that when Buhari was not there. That we agree. Listen, Oshibajo as it is, if there is anybody that wants to be president, I will be one of his supporters. But if you look at what is going on ground, my brother, I don't agree with Adebayo that Femi Adesina is a betrayer to Yorubas. Me, I don't agree. We have seen these things in this space not once, not twice. So we should not just jump into conclusion based on what Femi Adesina has said or whatever. It is all politics with regard to whatever he's saying. Because Femi will never come to the public space and say, oh, my guy has failed. Yourself, you cannot do that. So this is where we stand. This is where we stand. Nigeria today, somebody like that cannot resign. He knows that if he leaves, if they put a Yoruba man there, he will still behave like him. So you expect him to resign the job?
I disagree. Do you know where I disagree?
Right there.
Someone was asking me in this forum that would I have gone against my employer? See, let me tell that my friend something. Look at this former MD of Enron. Look at some great chief financial officer of company today. When they did something in favor of their company, you know, that's what they call marginal mistake. You know, they call marginal error, marginal mistake. Go, let's overlook it. Let's have our interest. When the thing came back to them years after, they were the one that went to jail and they suffered the consequence. Do you know why we see what is happening, what the like of Adesina is doing as normal? Just because in Nigeria, there's no consequence for whatever wrong position we take. That is why we see this as politics.
When you hand over, when you hand over leadership position of this great country, where you have literates and genius, when you have men that can speak and the world will listen, and then you give it to a man who see the constitution like this and in the front of you disobeying Look at somebody who gave an appointment of his own same, like Femi Adesina, to become your INEC head, openly throwing the constitution by the side. If this is somebody you want to lead you, you want this
Okay.
person to lead you, he knows this thing, but he's doing to the public, to the entire Nigeria.
Let's bring Ajanle Koko into the conversation and get his sounding on the talking points as well, so that we would have heard everybody available. Ajanle Koko, good to see you. The talking points, Buhari supporters will never allow Tinubu to become president. Sule Lamido speaking. APC postponed their convention. What is the reason? Femi Adesina, a betrayer of Yoruba people, Pa Adebanjo is the person that has come up with that. And Nnamdi Kanu was picked up as strolling in Kenya, and his passport is still being retained in that space. That is the Nnamdi Kanu storyline. Nigerian lawmakers seek to remove Buhari and governor's immunity. So to all of that, Ajanle Koko, thank you for waiting.
Let me start with what's the first one? Sule Lamido.
Sule Lamido saying the Buhari supporters will never allow Tinubu to become president.
Sule Lamido is making a political statement that can confuse Tinubu supporters, particularly in the southwest. And I can see some element of truth in what he's saying, in what he said rather. Because if we look at what Buhari has done to a lot of Tinubu's guys in government, that can tell us that what Lamido said is 70% true.
Ajale Koko, can I quickly bring you this? Let me quickly bring you this. It says former governor of Jigawa State, Alhaji Sule Lamido, has claimed that supporters of President Muhammadu Buhari are opposed to the prospects of ex-Lagos State Governor and APC national leader Bola Tinubu becoming president in 2023. Speaking in Kano during an interview with select reporters, the PDP chieftain said that the promoters of Buhari presidency would most certainly shun Tinubu's candidacy in 2023, fearing that his emergence will automatically dwarf their 8 years' performance and erase their place in history. According to Lamido, in 2023, the emerging political scenario is that anybody with a personality, they would not put him there. If you put Tinubu there, he would bury Buhari's achievement. This is because Tinubu is focused. He knows what he is doing as a leader. He builds people, he builds economies. He has so much going for him that they just envy him. And therefore, they will never allow him to get to the presidency, because if he gets there, his achievements would simply bury Buhari's and make a nonsense of his presidency. They would not allow him, Lamido said emphatically. So those are the reasons that he is adducing, of course, for Tinubu not being allowed to get that slot. So because, of course, we have to know what he's saying. So that is what he's saying, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, if we look at what Buhari has done to Tinubu's people in his government and in the party, you want to agree with Sule Lamido, because Buhari's relationship with Tinubu is not that very cordial. Their political relationship is not that very cordial now, because the Oshibajo is the topmost man among Tinubu's men in the government, and we have seen the way this president has rendered him useless, as if he has incapacitated him completely. Unlike when they started afresh, during their first time in office, Buhari, gave him some responsibility. When he's traveling out, he will hand over to him. He will give him some responsibility to
Yeah,
do.
they turned against him when he sacked
Yeah.
Maman Daura as the
Yeah.
DSS chief. Yeah.
So, and since then, since he fired Maman Daura, everything has changed. And whenever Buhari is traveling from a medical vacation, it doesn't hand over to him. He doesn't do anything. So, and when we look at some other positions in government that were some positions that were given to Yorubas, Tinubu's man was the one in charge of Federal Inland Revenue. Something Fowler is a Lagosian too.
Have they not disgraced him now? I think he has been disgraced, has he not?
Yeah.
That Fowler, yeah.
Yeah, Fowler has been kicked out of there. And some other positions like that Tinubu's men were, started together with Buhari, they have been taken out. So, Sule Lamido is saying the truth. Buhari has his own different agenda, which is contrary to what they agree with what they agree on when they form that alliance. They formed that alliance on the basis of, okay, you have a popularity in the north. They know that he will get a block vote in the north and will rattle PDP in the north. And down the south, Tinubu did a good job to deliver the southwest for him, because PDP strong base in Nigeria is southeast and south-south. So Buhari was able to get the north, and Tinubu delivered the southwest for Buhari, and that was how they defeated Jonathan. But since Tinubu moving as the president, he has changed some things, and he has incapacitated a lot of Tinubu men that are still in government. So Sule Lamido, what he says should not be thrown away. It's the truth. They are not going to hand over for him. And you can see what they are saying, that from the north now, all the northern districts are saying that it's unconstitutional.
What are you making of the silence of the Tinubu men in government at the moment? I'm talking Fashola, I'm talking Aregbesola, I'm talking Oshibanjo, etc. So a lot, even in Gige, so a lot of our Tinubu, a good 20 to 30% of the Buhari government is Tinubu people, but you don't hear their voices. Fashola, who was never shy from the camera, has suddenly discovered some coyness. Aregbesola, Minister of Interior, you don't hear a word from him. Femi, Yemi Oshibanjo, a Vice President, all he ever talks is albinism and water resources. So why are we not hearing those voices in politics?
That's what I said. They are they have been rendered.
Have they been rendered, or are they biding their time are they playing a long game, or have they been rendered impotent?
We can look at it two ways. I think they are trying to take it easy, and at the same time, because they've seen everything that is going on up there, that if they do anything contrary to the vision of Buhari.
Are you aware of the Yoruba idiom, gba ọ̀nà ìbùrú yọ sí àwọn ọlọ̀tẹ̀? Is this gba ọ̀nà ìbùrú yọ sí àwọn ọlọ̀tẹ̀ that Tinubu is playing?
Yeah, that could be played. Yes, that is one of it. We cannot rule that out. But but it is clear that this guy is, Buhari is playing some games to block Tinubu's ambition in all the ways. So this Sule Lamido that spoke.
Hold on, okay, yes, carry on. I was going to ask Prof to mute himself, but he has. So carry on, yeah.
Yeah, Sule Lamido, I've seen some things going on up there before he make that statement. Though he's from PDP, but he might want Tinubu as well. Sule Lamido might want, because he and Tinubu.
No, I think he does. Together. I think all the progressive minds in Nigeria would want Tinubu because they see beyond the corruption which we know that he's known for.
Yeah.
He has that CV from Lagos State, which no matter how you square it, he stole a lot of money, but he did a lot of good. So and all the people that he has been bringing in, they are champions. Ambode, a champion. Fashola, a champion. Sanwo-Olu, a champion. Ngigege, a champion. Yemi Osinbajo, a champion. Aregbesola, a champion. Everybody that he brings is a talent spotter.
Yeah, you see, Sule Lamido were in the same party with Tinubu when they had SDP, Social Democratic Party. That was the third republic. They were together. You understand what I'm saying? And they are both progressive. So they know each other. They've been very good friends. So if you put Tinubu down and against Buhari, this guy will go for Tinubu, Sule Lamido. So he is saying the truth, and we should not downplay what he said. It's absolutely true. Buhari doesn't want Tinubu to overrun it. Then the other statement he said that Tinubu will perform better, he will do this, he will do that. Well,
You don't think Tinubu will outperform, because I can hear some hesitation in your voice. You don't think Tinubu will outperform Buhari?
If I want to go to what he has done in Lagos State, if not for propaganda that they were using, they failed completely in Lagos State. If you look, they have been in power for how many years now in Lagos State? Maybe
about 25
years.
now, yeah.
About yeah. If you look at the development they have put in place in Lagos, let's even agree that they have put in place some development. Compare it to revenue they generated for that period of
Lagos is one of the top 12 economies in Africa. Lagos State alone is one of the top 12 economies in Africa. So people even say top 7.
It has been like that for a long time.
Bigger than Ghana's economy, Lagos State alone.
Yeah. So looking at the revenue they collected and the development they put in place and the debt they owe, you will score them 0 over 100. They failed completely.
But still, compared to Buhari, you don't think it will outperform Buhari?
They are bird of the same feather. They're bird of the same feather. Look at when Jakonde was there. I will tell you.
No, that was the best period, wasn't it? Really.
When Jakonde was there, within 4 years, Jakonde put in place 6 general hospitals within 4 years.
You know those Jakonde houses, they are still there. People still live in Jakonde houses.
Yes, he built General Hospital Korodu,
mass housing,
General Hospital Agbowa, General Hospital Ijede, General Hospital Orile Agege, General Hospital Bagada General Hospital. So those are the things they put. And then the housing complex, I think like 500,000 housing units. It built
Still
within
till today, people are still
and they are still there.
scrambling to live in Jakonde house.
Compare, let's go and check the record and see how many housing units these people have put in place for 20 or 21 years. You will score them low. And then, look, they are failure completely. I'm a Yoruba man.
So a plague
But
on both their houses is what you're saying effectively.
Both of the same feather. Corruption
Okay.
is corruption. There's no way you can describe it. It's corruption. Tinubu is corrupt, and it looted Lagos State, and we saw nothing. You need to travel
and it
to Lagos.
continues to loot Lagos. Yes.
I was there last year. It's a shame. Even inside Lagos Island, it looked worse than the way I left it over 20 years ago. Most of the places I said, what is going on? How can they? And they said they call it mega city.
Do you not think that population pressure is putting pressure on infrastructure in Lagos? Because Lagos continues to double in size. Every other day, people are coming to Lagos. They say 1,000 people a day come into Lagos. Well, from all the way from Borno to Abakaliki, they are all on their way to Lagos. Everybody wants to go and make that Lagos dollar.
That is what they say to cover themselves up. But
is that not based in truth, though? Is that not based in truth?
It's not the truth.
Lagos is not under population pressure.
I don't think so. Let me tell you.
You don't think so? You should think so.
Well, hold on, Mr. One Man. Yes, we have a lot of people coming from other states to Lagos. But if you have a system that runs, it's not going to be that bad. New York City, get visitors, get people all over the world.
I was watching a clip of New York this morning when they are drowning in flood. Is New York not drowning in flood as we speak?
Well, it's just...
Are you guys always New York, all you American people?
Oh, hold on. When there is natural disaster, something can happen. But New York still works. The transportation works. The water is running. Everything works there.
The drainage doesn't work. The drainage doesn't work.
If there is natural disaster, you know what happened. It happened all over. I mean, on all these Western nations, when there's natural disaster, when there's, we can experience such things. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the education works.
If Tinubu had charge of New York, it would not be like that.
The educational system works in New York. The transportation works in New York. The train is connected to the ferry, and
one of the highest level of homelessness in the Western world, New York.
Well, we have so much in London as well.
Okay, but let's leave that. Let's go to Yoruba land still. Omale, you know what that means? This is what a senior Pa Adebanjo, so the weight of that word, pointing it in the direction of Femi Adesina. Femi Adesina, a betrayer of Yoruba people. Afenifere is the voice that Pa Adebanjo is using to utter those words. So the entirety of the grouping that is identified as the Yoruba voice. So those are his words. What are you making of it? A betrayer of Yoruba people. Do you agree? And if not, why not?
Well,
Ajale Koko.
Hold on.
Okay.
As Buhari taking Ajale Koko, Mike?
This is it. No,
Okay,
carry on.
I hear you.
Can you hear me?
And it's boasting about New York, and they don't even have internet connection. Look at that, all you Americans,
Oh, come on, man.
You can hear the engineer fully with his British network, but you with your American popular way made in China to America. And you'll be telling us here God's own country. God's own country.
No
Come.
place like Canada, though.
I don't mind them, Daddy.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, you see, when people stay in one position for too long and they don't consider their integrity to keep their integrity. If they love their job more than their integrity, this kind of statement will come against them. A person of integrity will not stay too long with this government, because this is a government that is a tribalistic government. This is a government that does everything that shows that it doesn't love the country. But the way this government run the activities and everything they are doing, it shows the man at the helm of affair is a very bad man for that country.
But
if you are a Yoruba man and Omoluabi, you don't have to stay with that government. You need to quit and just leave so that you can keep your integrity. But the problem with Nigerians is that they love money than their integrity, particularly government position. Particularly government position. They love it. Do you know that some people, the moment when they appoint them for position of commissioner or any position in government, they go and celebrate it. They will kill Malu and they will cook food and people will come because they know, yes, God has opened road. Yes, God has opened road for him to go and make his own money.
Let's go to peace.
So,
but Ajale Koko, somebody is countering you in the comment section, Baker Ortiz, and is asking, what do you expect of Femi Adesina? That is his job, to defend the Buhari administration, and that is exactly what he's doing. So he is asking you what you are expecting of him, Ajale Koko.
Ajale Koko, please, just a minute before you proceed, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You see, Yoruba will say, Ti abaran inishe eru avitomoje. See, if they ask you to do something unethical, the pressure is on you to do it ethically.
I like that word you use, unethical. Yes. Continue.
That's what I wanted to add, so that because I'll be chatting with Emeka.
So resign, or is that what you're expecting of him, to resign in protest?
Look.
What is your take, Ajanle Koko? Let's hear from you. Yeah.
Look, he's supposed to have resigned. It didn't. I didn't expect him to be there up to now, because this government is not a government of the people. He has turned away from the people, and he has divided the country more than ever before. He has set people against each other in this country. And the road this man is driving, where he's driving this country now, it might plunge this country into serious civil war. So
how do you see Femi Adesina's journey back to Yoruba land in 2023? How does he make that journey back to Yoruba land?
He can save his head now. If I save his head now, if he quit, and give reason why he quit, he can still save his head. But if he remains there and everything collapses on them, that it will be consumed with, it will be destroyed with them.
Because Buhari will just walk away. He doesn't care. Nothing changes for Buhari. He is who he is, and this is what he is. But Femi Adesina, at some point, he will have to leave that Abuja and come back home. But which home is he coming to? That's what he has done.
That's what I'm saying. It's not too late for him. He can quit and give his reason that, well, he feels that he's not comfortable continue that job, and that's why he don't need to make too much statement. I'm not comfortable, continue.
Yes, family reasons, whatever. Just walk away. You can make
Yoruba are not that wicked people that we say, okay, let's kill him. No, but you just need to state a reason I'm not more comfortable to continue doing that job, and that's why I quit. People will respect him, people will accept him back. But, Nigerians, just like I said, they will damn their integrity for money. And that is what we see play out all the way. All people in government and people in governmental position, whether elected or by our appointment, that is the problem.
Okay,
So,
Adale Koko, let's
my answer to that person, to that
Baker
person that said,
Ortiz.
yeah, I'm not saying that he should not do his job, but when you are being asked to do a dirty job that is unethical to your profession, you have to quit that job. You have to quit that job. So
all right,
that is,
thank you, Adale Koko. Let me take a quick sounding from you from the rest of the stories. Then I'll go on to Professor Data O, who is hiding his face because he's eating and he doesn't want us to tease him. Let me take your sounding on Nnamdi Kanu. So there are more details coming out of that space on what happened to him. They are saying that his brother Kingsley has come out to say that he was strolling when he was just disappeared and ended up in Nigeria. And the British newspaper The Guardian is telling us that his passport remains in Kenya. So of course he was not legally extradited to Nigeria, because if he was extradited to Nigeria, his passport will be with him and stamped out of Kenya. So effectively now, almost categorically abducted. There's no refuting that this happened in Kenya, and what happened in Kenya is almost getting irrefutable now. So now the stories are coming out and the details are being presented in trickles. So the Nnamdi Kanu story, he went for a stroll in Kenya. He ended up in Nigeria in handcuffs. His passport remains in Kenya. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, well, it's unfortunate that he was at the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't know who was with him when he was rolling, because the report we had earlier was that he was kidnapped and was put in captivity over there for 8 days before he was shipped to Nigeria. So, and we didn't hear anything within that 8 days. We didn't hear nothing. Who was with him? Why didn't we hear? So that is it's questionable to me. I don't really get that scenario where what really went wrong within 8 days. Why we couldn't hear? Who was with Kanu? Why didn't he hear? Why is his brother saying that he went on stroll? How did he know that he went on stroll?
Yeah, because his brother was in touch with him. Of course, they're in phone communication all the time. So his brother, I'm just surmising from what we know, would have been in conversation with him maybe a few hours prior. And then when he phoned again, he's not able to get hold of him. He phones his team and they will tell him that he went for a stroll and they've not seen him since. This is essentially what we're picking from what we know.
Okay, so British citizen, I mean, British government should hold Kenyan authority responsible for his kidnapping.
Well, they are going to revoke his citizenship according to Kemi Odunloyo. We did that.
Are you listening to that? Are you listening to that? Bipolar, don't listen to her. He has not done anything wrong to British now. You know the way things work in all these advanced countries. They respect human rights. When you don't do anything wrong against them, they don't hurt you on any petty stuff like that. No, she just get away with that nonsense.
Okay, leaving Kemi and bipolar and going to the bipolar space that is the Nigerian legislative chambers. So the legislators, they are looking now to the Nigerian lawmakers seek to remove Buhari governor's immunity clause. So that's immunity that protects the president, the vice president, the governors, and their deputies from prosecution, from legal suits. The Nigerian lawmakers are seeking to remove that from the statute books. All bluster, no bang, just empty noise in the papers or a step in the right direction. What are you making of that, Ajanle Koko?
The first question I want to ask is, where is that report coming from?
This is in hold on. This is in a newspaper called Daily Trust. I think it's a northern, not Daily Trust. Hold on. No, this is actually from Sahara Reporters. Sahara Reporters, who are very good in exclusives. So Sahara Reporters.
Okay. First of all, the reason why they have that law of protection on those people in government is because to avoid lawsuits. Nigerians.
Yeah, unnecessary lawsuits.
Unnecessary lawsuits. So that is why they put that law in place, and which to me, I think it makes sense. Considering the kind of people we are, it makes sense to me. But for these people to say they want to, pass another law contrary to that, so that they can try the president or whoever governors, I think they cannot do it. Even if they pass it at the Federal House of Rep, the Senate will not let it go through. I believe that, because it's like they are digging their grave, because that law is going to be applicable to everybody, including themselves too. So would they want to dig their grave before they are dead? No, they would do that. So
this is what Ola was saying, that obviously they would need Buhari to sign it, and obviously
and you have to get to the president table, and the president will want to, fire himself by the foot too. No, it's not gonna. It's a joke, man. That is such a joke. They're just trying to, come up with something.
They want to make a splash in the newspapers, like they are doing work.
Oh, we are working.
We're working.
We try. Now the president not let the thing go. You see, we want to make this country work. Yeah, it's just a bragado now. Political bragado.
All right. I was going to go to Prof, but I think Prof, should I come to you, or should I give you a moment? Should I give you make that decision? Should I come to you, Prof, or should I give you a moment?
I'm here.
Okay. The suya has finished. You are not even sharing the suya amongst friends. And I like that now.
If they have something like cyber suya, I'll give you cyber suya.
Cyber suya. Okay, there you are. I trust you for your generosity. So let me present you the headline as you gather yourself, Prof. So Buhari supporters will never allow Tinubu to become president. Lamido saying this, and is saying that Tinubu would outperform Buhari, which would then make a nonsense of the 8 years of this clueless Aboki. So that essentially is what he is adducing as the reasons for making that statement. APC postpones their Congress indefinitely. So what is the politics playing in that space? Kingsley Kanu comes out to give us more details on what happened to his brother Nnamdi. He's telling us that he went for a stroll and he ended up in Nigeria. That stroll, of course, took place in Kenya. Afenifere calls Femi Adesina a betrayer of Yoruba people, and Nnamdi Kanu's passport continues to be in Kenya, even though he is in Nigeria. So essentially, it lends itself to that, and it is a British newspaper saying this, by the way, The Guardian. So essentially, it lends itself to that narrative that he was kidnapped. So to all of that, Professor Data O.
Okay, let me start with that of the Yam, Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed, or whomever.
Oh, right. Okay, you have to keep us up. So it started off as Buhari, but is now in a shallow grave in
whatever.
Saudi.
And
then he went from Buhari to Dubil. But Dubil has now run away. So from
Yeah,
Buko now
whatever.
we are at Yam. So who
Yeah,
is Yam? Give
na
us the
yam
full
dey
name.
that are sorrow.
Well, what's the full name of Yam? What is the full?
Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed.
Okay, so that's the person in that.
That's a
Okay.
good classification.
Is he wearing silicone mask? Is he?
I don't know. One day he will soon be sliced and cut
Oh,
into pieces, and people will
okay.
eat him.
Okay, we're
Okay,
back to
so now
silicone
let
mask.
me go to.
Let us acknowledge our Coco Mama. Everybody, you should know who Coco Mama is. I've been trying to get her off to come on, but she would never do. A good friend of mine, Coco Mama, one of the big YouTube names within the Nigerian space. But I carry on, Prof.
Okay, the thing is, see, I don't see it. What Lamido saying, I see truth in it because number one, even though Tinubu squandered money, I agree. Even though he's one kind of very terrible godfather, he has left a lineage of sons picking godfather picking sons.
We're losing you slightly, Prof. It's that American network. We're losing you slightly.
Okay. I still believe
Okay, yeah.
Lagos, at least, it's true that Lagos may have not improved that, but I still believe when that Tinubu was in power, at least he brought some development. One, two, as a Yoruba man, I still believe that idea of development will be in his mindset. Because there's one thing in this administration of Buhari I don't like.
A total failure for 8
Total
years.
failure.
Not one thing.
Just
killing. That's just
the level of failure is not arithmetic progression.
I'm just charged up. 8 years, not one single positive, just killing. For 8 years, just killing. I mean, God,
it's so bad.
Do we even pause for a moment? Sorry, let me come off the screen because sometimes
that is the truth. I don't believe. I see. I agree. Maybe Tinubu smart, but I think if he will do better, he will do better, irrespective of his age. The only thing just that the man will still live a level.
Prof, your system is not coming through. Maybe adjust yourself. Your system is not coming through. Is that right, Prof? Is this scattering a bit, Prof? I mean, engineer.
Yeah. It's a bit breaking.
It's a bit breaking. Yeah. We can't even hear you at all now. Maybe just move it round. Maybe it's the signal. It's not picking. Keep speaking, then we'll tell you when. Keep talking. Now you have muted yourself even. You've muted, Prof. You are an experienced man. You're not a newcomer.
No, I didn't know.
I think anyone talking about Buhari people.
Okay, Prof. We need you to make the adjustments.
Yeah, maybe the village people trying to.
You see, it's these Americans, it's these Americans with their Pokulowe system, the Pokulowe of the Americans, and you have Ajale Koko coming here to brag about God's own country. He say New York is better than Lagos, and we can't even get signal from New York. Prof, try again.
Okay. Are you hearing me?
No, that's better now. Yeah. Carry on.
Okay. So as I was saying, Tinubu is going to perform better. Maybe that's why Buhari is scared. Number two reason is, I see the Fulani, they don't want to concede power to the Yoruba. Even though Tinubu is a Muslim, I agree, but there's one thing we know with Muslims.
No, Prof. Prof, we're not getting it. Prof, hold on, Prof. We're not hearing you at all. Prof, go back out and come back in. Yeah, go back out and come back in. I think with the signal is a bit scattered and jarred. We love hearing from you. So as we wait for Prof to make the adjustments, let's go to engineer. Engineer, to you. The talking point, Lamido Sanusi comes to say that they will not allow Tinubu for reasons that it will outperform them and show just how terrible those 8 years are that we've experienced with Buhari. So that is Sule Lamido, the former Jigawa state governor, speaking. He's a PDP man, of course, so he doesn't really have any vesting in that space. He's an outsider speaking into the space. APC postpones their Congress indefinitely. Nnamdi Kanu was out for a stroll when he was picked up. According to his brother, his passport still in Kenya. So essentially, we are now almost categorical that he was abducted outside of the law. Pa Adebanjo calling Femi Adesina a betrayer of the Yoruba people. So to all of that, engineer.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and
Good evening, engineer.
yeah, good morning to every area, every country. When you come to talk about where will I start? Let me start from Nnamdi Kanu, brother. There's something that people always talk that if you look at it and you weigh it, you know, and you look at it from different angle, you'll be like, what is going on there? As a younger brother, if your brother you've been chatting with your brother, if your brother number didn't go the first day, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, come on, 5 days. Someone here that you do speak to, at least you should raise alarm, innit? Raise that alarm that something is wrong with your brother.
You know, you
But
are
has
right.
that
You are
been,
right in what you said because,
you
of
know?
course, we never heard anything until we saw him in Nigeria. It wasn't as though they told us he was missing and we were all searching.
Exactly. I believe if you know your brother is using British passport to travel maybe to other countries or for transit or this and this and
You
that.
are right. You are right to bring that up, engineer.
So because to be honest, in my family we don't joke with phone calls. You know, every day I speak to my family to check on them, hope they're okay, hope they're doing all right. You know what I mean?
You are lucky. In my own family, we only call each other twice a year.
Ah.
Merry Christmas and happy birthday. That is it.
So that is it, you know. But when you come to things like that, the younger brother, when come on, if he do communicate with his elder brother, and first, second, third day you didn't hear from him, that means you need to raise the alarm. You understand? Either you contact the British government, the embassy, that oh, your brother, you communicate with him, and this is what
And that
happened.
could have rescued him, you know.
Exactly.
That could
So
have rescued him.
that's the first thing he should have done. But he coming out now saying he speak to his brother that his brother is just walking in the come on.
You know what you are saying now, and I didn't even have that thought until you've brought it up now, engineer. But what you are saying now, it lends to the narrative that he was betrayed from the inside. There's
Yeah,
still
of
a lot
course.
to
So
come out.
something
Yeah.
if you come to look at it from another angle is to be honest, maybe Nnamdi Kanu's friend or one of his boys betrayed
Sabo,
him.
as he calls them, he has been
Yeah,
saboed.
one of his boys betrayed him, or one of his trustee that he called, they betrayed him because things like that. Remember when some people came out in Nigerian news to said if you catch him, this is the amount who will give it to you. And also apart from that, remember what Asari the Kubo said about Nnamdi Kanu, that he will come out and hunt for him and he will surely get him. You know, all those kind of things. So things like that is completely, to me, I'll call it completely rubbish because you have
There's
to
still a
look.
lot to come out from that
Yeah,
story.
I
We've
keep
not
saying
even
it, the
heard
truth,
10%
the
there.
truth will surely come out. I
Mm.
keep saying this. It's just right now we'll be hearing plan A, plan B, plan
Yeah,
C.
blah, blah,
You know,
blah. It's
all
still
this
blah, blah,
thing
blah. Yeah.
is going to be coming out. So let's see what will happen. But as long as he uses his British passport, Kenya has to pay the consequences. That's number one. And two, it's up to Britain now to speak one language. Nigeria will return him back immediately, regardless of anything. But everything has to do with the British government and the parliament because he's their citizen. That's just the truth. And when you come to think about talk about what's his name, Adesina, that one, that one, I think that guy he needs to go back to rehabilitation center himself because the time is very very close by, and whatever he's doing, whatever he's saying, deep inside him, he knew that whatever he's doing is wrong and he's bringing shame to Yoruba people. That's just the truth, nothing but the truth.
Engineer,
You
I
know?
was just saying, at some point he will have to make his way back to Yoruba land. So how is he going to make that journey? Because his daddy will be living at Aso Rock in 2023. He
Yeah.
will go back to Daura to go and be stroking his cows. But Femi
What?
Adesina, of course, he either stays in Abuja for the rest of his life. But how
Yeah.
does he come back to Yoruba land?
What you understand, regardless of anything, if we have the story of the prodigal son when he left his dad, didn't he? And he came back, they still forgive him. And you know,
Yes,
Yoruba
because
people
the
they have,
Yorubas are so forgiving. Yeah, I
yeah,
know. Yeah.
Yoruba have forgiving spirits, regardless
Mm,
of anything. Their son is their son. That's
mm,
just the truth. And it's something that he needs to think about it properly, because he is one neglecting Yoruba people. It's like he is like kind of insulting Yoruba people in a different ways, because if you come to reality, when Yoruba people come out for something, if they want to do it, they will do it. That's why
mm,
I so much love them. I must be honest to you. If they want to do something, they will do it, regardless of elders maybe saying one or two things. So when you come to that guy, he will one day realize. He one day realize. That's just the truth. He
mm.
one day realize. But something that he needs to understand: what will happen to his generation in terms of his kids? People will be pointing finger on them, innit? It's
Because he is going to carry that name. We'll see how he tries to rebrand himself, but he's going to carry that name that he's defining for himself under this Buhari administration for the rest of his life. So we're going to, after Buhari, still come to him to say, okay, can you explain to us why 30, 40 people were killed in Igongon, and the only thing you can tell us is that Buhari is a man of steel, and you are asking Yoruba people to give up their land to foreigners? Are you able to give your ancestral
you
so he
see,
has we'll still ask him questions after his daddy leaves as a rock.
yeah, definitely, he will face the consequences. It's just right now he believes, okay, there's power. He can come out and say whatever he wants to say, but something you need to realize: how long will the power exist? The power can stay there. It's not too long. Maximum is 8 years. After 8 years, what else? What can you offer? That's something he needs to understand.
Okay, he should go and take the learning from Babangida,
Ex-
Abacha, all of them.
exactly.
They are
Unless
still
he's
trying
going
to
to run,
rescue their names now.
unless he's going to go and meet Ajale Koko in America, and
This is it.
uh,
And
you
enjoy
know
the poor network that they have
that
there.
that's
Eh?
that's the truth. Yeah. So things like that. I feel so sorry for him, to be honest.
But
He,
engineer,
he,
the comments of
he will come
Lamido.
to Britain first. He
Huh?
has to come to Britain.
No, no, we
Uh,
know.
He will pay
No, no
tax.
entry.
He
No,
will pay tax
no entry. No entry for him. No entry for him. Engineer will not allow him in.
at
Uh,
all.
you know. And the engineer will go and mount front guard for Britain and say, this one,
We'll,
no, don't allow this one in. They say,
we'll
why you
block
man
him at
GBT?
Heathrow. I'm telling you,
Yes.
we'll block him.
Maybe
That's
he
just
will
the
go and
truth.
swim in. You know what's that camp that they used to come in from France? Maybe
okay,
they,
Ola will accept him in Canada.
And
he can go
maybe
to Canada.
maybe
Yes.
Ola and Baba Akure will harbor him in
Baba
the
Akure,
jungle.
And
Ola
Baba
Baba
Akure,
Akure.
yes. They'll be eating you.
Canada pretend to be gentle, to be welcoming, but when it comes to their law and dealing with people, they are very brutal. I can't see any country that is as brutal as Canada whenever they are to uphold the integrity of their constitution and law. Very brutal. But they will appear nice, right? Come. But they will do everything to make sure you comply to the standard. If you do not comply, protest from here till tomorrow, use all legal means, they will follow everything to the dictate of the letter of the law. Trust me, you can't do even in Nigeria and come and hide in Canada. It won't work. We are waiting here for.
Thank you. Just on what you said, there was a policeman that was part of the atrocities of NSAS, and then he ended up in Canada to ask for political asylum, and they promptly arrested him, and I think he's still in the Canadian legal system now. An NSAS policeman that thought he could escape to Canada, but then of course is eating baked beans or whatever it is.
Canada will not welcome. I will give you a very bad example. Someone father killed.
Yeah, make it brief so that we can go back to.
No, this is brief. Someone father killed in India like almost 40 years ago, and he immigrated to Canada, brought even a younger one that didn't know anything about India. They find out 37 years after. Do you know that they deported all those kids? That if the parents are inaccessible, the dependent cannot be are also inaccessible. That's how brutal Canada can be.
All right, thank you, Ola. So, engineer, quickly your soundings on Lamido's commentary on Tinubu's chances in APC and the PDP and still the APC moving their convention indefinitely. So, your soundings on those two, and then we hear from Black League, a new name to the platform. So yeah,
Okay.
your soundings on that, engineer.
Is Lamido Hausa or Fulani?
It's from Jigawa, so I'm not sure. You tell us. You know that space.
Oh, I don't know.
He's the former governor of Jigawa, so I'm not sure. It might well be a Fulani man. He looks Fulani to me. Lamido,
You see, there's something that is missing here. You see, Tinubu is a very, very good man. He's a well-known man, but he trusted the Hausa, and along the line, he trusted the Fulani. Now, I always say something about the Fulani. Fulani man, when he get up to do something, they don't look back. Their good morning is to be striking people and be going. Now, look at the Hausas. The Hausas are crying. I'm telling you now, the Hausa people are crying. They are regretting why or how they come to unite with Fulani, because time will come, I'm telling you guys, when people come out for these Fulani people, when the south come out and the middle belt finish these people, the Hausa, they will be the one to chase them out of that country. I keep saying this because what the Fulanis are doing now is like they already overthrown the Hausa people. The Hausa have no say for now. You see, when Tinubu puts this man and, make life easy for him, but today look at what is happening to him. They had that Tinubu, anywhere these Fulani men in that country, on that seat, they had that, some people are trying to say things about that country. If you look at it, they will strike attack straight away, right? Rumors now, they had Tinubu wants to come out for presidency. What did they do to him? Huh? They start saying they have to investigate him, they have to do this. You see where they grab Tinubu now? To the stage now, they want to kick him out of his own, out of his own party that he created. You know what I mean? And if you look at it again, when Jonathan now, people are telling Jonathan, can you try come out again for 2023? What happened now? They went to Jonathan's wife just to tell Jonathan, shut up. We know how to grab you. So things like this. Look, Sunday Igboho, the same thing. He came out. The mistake I always say, what happened when Sunday Igboho, you shouldn't come out and say you give these people 3 months. I keep saying that that's the greatest mistake he did. When they kill people in that land, go to that bush, finish them too, and keep quiet. And come out on air.
Engineer, do you know why they are so lucky? And And why some people are saying don't talk about Fulani now. You see, this thing that Buhari and Co have done now, we can just pray that we get a good leader that will douse the tension and we try to solve the problem. Otherwise, what happened to Fulani ethnic group in Mali and what happened to them in Central Africa, all this Fulani violence, whatever that is going to happen in Nigeria may not be too far. The fact that Buhari is there, that's why they are even afraid of even leaving the power. If you allow these people, they are ready to go into war than leaving that power. That's all they are trying to plan now.
Exactly. But something you need to understand here, this is it, right? Sunday Igboho is fighting for his people, he's fighting for Nigerians. Now, this is what happened to him. And no any traditional leaders will, like 5, let's say, heavy traditional leaders from Yoruba land, like 5 of them will come out, maybe write a letter to Buhari that we don't like this thing. You understand? This guy hasn't attacked no Fulani.
Except Oluwo that is trying to betray.
Except just one.
Now, that one that you are talking about is not fighting for Yoruba cause, because this guy, Awin Konko, have to talk to Sunday Igboho now that he came out to broadcast that all that Oluwo said that he was going to take him to Buhari to beg. He said there was never a meeting between him and Oluwo.
Exactly.
So he's just trying to take advantage of
just trying to use him for transaction.
So now look at it. Nobody will come out and speak on behalf of Sunday Igboho, right? And the same thing, Fulani X-Men are striking in Nigeria. No Fulani leaders come out and like, oh, guys, can you stop this rubbish? You understand?
Fact, Sheikh Gumi is asking us not to call them criminals, that we should be paying them protection money instead. This is what he's telling Nigeria, that we should be paying them protection money.
He believes the president is protecting him, and he has some other governors from Fulani area, Ango, that they are protecting him. You understand?
In addition, the government have a rehabilitation program for them. And after then, they can enlist them on Nigerian military.
But who is rehabilitating ESN is the question. But engineer, for reasons of time, your quick comments on APC moving their convention indefinitely, and then I'll take Plenty Waters super chat, and then we'll go on to Black League. So just a quick comment on the APC convention.
Yeah, for APC, I keep saying it. They will clash. That's for real. They will end up clashing. Give them now till next year, not even 2023. Something will happen in that APC. I'm telling you, people will decide to vamoose. They will vamoose back to PDP. I'm telling you, just give them from now till 2023. Because when Tinubu decide to put his foot down, you understand? People will come out for him. People will back him up. Because it's just one language Tinubu will use. My party is not for Fulani. That's it. If Tinubu will say that, I'm telling you, everything will change.
Do you think they are making a mistake, these people, that they are essentially trying to turn the APC into like almost a Fulani party? Of course, they had CPC, which failed. So they are going back to CPC now, but that will fail again. We cannot have just a regional party in a pluralistic country.
One man, Fulani man, don't care. You understand? These people are just out for war. They don't care.
Oh, let's have the war now. If they can kill everybody,
as long as you put them there, they will betray you straight away. They will kick you. And this is what they're trying to do to Tinubu. You understand? But now it's up to Tinubu to come out and said, my party is not for Fulani. That's it. If Tinubu should come out and say that kind of words, trust me, you see what will happen. They'll all see. I keep saying it.
You mean he should just declare open war and say, look, I'm not having this, and then because if he's trying to play cool and steady, they will just continue to move it. Straight
away. This is what I'm saying. If today South, South, Southeast, Middle Belt will come and speak one language and agree. I'm telling you, one man, Fulani has no say in that country. The Hausas, they are just hoping on South, South, Southeast, and Middle Belt. That's what the Hausa people are hoping on. If those people will come out and speak in one voice, I'm telling you, the Hausa people will kick Fulani straight out of that country.
We
They are
need
just
that to
waiting for.
happen for us to
They are
have a
just
country.
waiting for like that go ahead, and they are just waiting for that assistance. That's all they need.
I have a Hausa friend that I'm going to bring to one of to the platform one of these days. Maria Habila, her name is. She's a YouTuber as well. Anyway, you see her when you meet her soon. Thank you, engineer. Let's go to
No
Plenty
problem.
Water. Let's go to Plenty Water's super chat, and then we go to Black League. So this is Plenty Water super chatting. It says the Northerners arrive in Lagos, stopping at places like Obalende. Those coming from Yoruba states stop at Adeniji Adele shelter. Shelter available at Pelewura and Sura Market, both on Lagos Island. So I'm not sure what he's getting at with that, but he continues. It says, people arrive at this spot 5 a.m. to 5 to 6 a.m. every day in lorries and lorries filled with food. It's been like this since time. Stand in this spot tomorrow and you will see no state has power to stop people. So I think he's speaking to that space of the population of Lagos growing, as we were saying. So he continues still with a third super chat. It says, if we have 5 states or more like Lagos that people can go, maybe Lagos won't be populated. So he is speaking to that overpopulation. USA has New York, California, and many more. Jakonde was focused on Lagos, and Tinubu has ambition beyond Lagos at any cost. So that is what our super chat. That is what our Plenty Water is saying. So Plenty Water, of course, one of the main contributors to the platform on super chat. You know, of course, he along with Alexander, the main people that are just support the channel with super chats. So it's not just exclusively to Alexander and Plenty Water. Everybody else is welcome to super chat the platform. So thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. We go on to Black League, a new name in the mix. So Black League, good to meet you. You know what the talking points are. Lamido Sanusi speaks to that APC space and says Tinubu will never be president. APC postpones their Congress National Convention indefinitely. Nnamdi Kanu was picked up whilst strolling in Kenya, is rendered to Nigeria, but his passport still retained in Kenya. Pa Adebanjo, Femi Adesina, a betrayer of Yoruba people, and the Nigerian lawmakers are seeking to remove immunity from the president and the state governors. So, Black League, good to meet you.
Yeah, one man.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. Well, for the Lamido, Sule Lamido of the Kawa State, him speaking to the presidency and Tinubu's chance. Well, first of all, Sule Lamido is a Fulani man. He is one of the founding fathers of the PDP. In 1998, when he's one of the people that were in the meeting that formed PDP. One of the few people alive. The likes of Jerry Gana, Alex Akweme were all in that meeting that formed the PDP. So that's just to say he's well versed in the Nigerian political arena. So if he's speaking to Tinubu's presidency so early, it means he probably knows what he's talking about. He might not have revealed it all, but I think he's speaking to the North in general, not just the APC and Buhari support. I don't see the North supporting a man like Tinubu for president. in 2023 or till infinity. Because the North is very predictable. Their style of politics, very predictable and is grounded. And they will, as it is now in Nigeria, they have the advantage in the North. The North has the advantage politically because they have 19 states. The South put together has only 17 states. So even the name Tinubu, I think, is blown out of proportion because the margin Tinubu wins in APC is only 1 or 2% every time. The PDP always gets close to winning in Lagos. The margin is always 1, 2, or 3% if he does really good. That's not huge. While the APC in the last election showed you in Kano and Kaduna states alone, they can get more votes than all the southern states combined. So it's just a game of numbers. That's all politics boils down to. It's a game of numbers. So if you know how to run the system and you know how to get your people out, you'd always win. And even the way Nigeria is set up, Abuja is the center of Nigeria, but there's a lot of states south of Abuja that are considered northern states. That's why the North understands. It's all a game of numbers.
Black League, before you, if you permit me, I want to add. This Tinubu, whosoever we are talking now, we are still not talking of the general elections. We are talking of the primary. This is primary ticket level. Who they are going to present. That's what we are talking about.
Well, if you're talking about primary, that's even worse because to emerge a candidate in the primary elections, you have to have control of some structure within the party. Tinubu has no control of the national structure. Absolutely not. He used to when BC Akande was in charge. He was the first chairman of APC, followed by, he had problems with the next one, the man from Edo State, Odigi Oyegun. But Oshomole was his man, but Oshomole was kicked out. So he has no control of the national structure of the party. So if he has any chances of winning, he has to
talk amongst yourself. I'll just be away for about a minute or two. So, you know what the talking points are, Black League. So just speak to the talking points.
Sure.
So carry on.
Yeah. So have I answered that question?
Yeah. No, the point now is if Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerges as the presidential candidate for APC, are you saying that he has no chance of winning? Because I expect anybody that emerges as the presidential candidate for a major party, I expect them to have a very fair chance of winning that presidential election. So it's not as if a full animal from somewhere or another animal from somewhere we run as an independent candidate against the party structure of APC or PDP. That's just my opinion about it. So if Bola Ahmed Tinubu, although a person like me, I'm just talking to the contest anyway, because like I said, I don't believe in 2023 with whatever is going on now. I believe Nigeria issue will have to be resolved before the next election. That's just my opinion. That's just my belief. Then, but assuming that Bola Ahmed Tinubu now emerges as the presidential candidate on the platform of APC, are we now saying that he won't get the vote from the North? Then, if he won't get the vote, who exactly in the North is going to stand against him? Another war party.
Well, if he emerges, I like the word if. So if he emerges the APC candidate, I think the people who have the structure within the party and the APC would work against him and give it to the PDP. Because if APC brings out a southern candidate then I could almost guarantee, although there are no guarantees in politics, but I could almost guarantee PDP will go for a northern candidate. And when PDP goes for a northern candidate, as I said earlier, the North has 19 states. All they need is to make an alliance with one of the geopolitical zones in the South. Either they make an alliance with the Southwest, the Southeast, or the South-South. They don't need two, they only need one. And they cruise to victory. So it's easy politics, easy game of numbers. The PDP was formed in 98. They've been in power from 98. They left in 2015. They've had the longest stretch out of all the parties that have come to power in Nigeria. So they have the most experience. They've lost the power since 2015. They're at their most desperate point they could ever be. So they need to clinch victory. They're banking on the popularity rate of the current government is going down. So they're banking on that to clinch the presidency. So if APC produces a man like Tinubu, Tinubu himself knows this. If he becomes if, I repeat the word if, and I emphasize the word if, he becomes the candidate, as the presidential candidate of the APC, there's no way the PDP will not go for a northern candidate. And there's no way the North will not support their own. Why? Because Nigeria.
Sorry. Are you saying you are saying if Tinubu becomes the candidate for APC, PDP will go for a northerner?
That's precisely what I'm saying.
Okay, justify that. Back that up.
I just did by giving you.
What?
Yeah, I just did by giving you the history of the PDP, how it started in 98.
I was away from the computer, but
yeah.
All right.
No problem. It started in 98. They came in power in 99. They've held on power till 2015. This is their first time testing opposition light, and they don't like it. They're trying to come back to power. What's the essence of politics if you're not trying to clinch power? They understand that. So they're trying to come back. They're going to bring everything in their arsenal.
So how is them putting up a northerner against Tinubu going to propel that tilt towards power?
Rightly or wrongly, the North has 19 states. The South has 17.
The 19 states we talk about, don't forget you are hiding the middle belt, the North Central, where you have like Autumn now that is talking about, that is fighting against Fulani. And do you think Niger State will now switch toward what all these Fulani S-men are doing too? Because when we say 19 states, sometimes we have to look at those people that have been conquered by Fulani, and we have to look at those people, those areas that are being currently terrorized by those Fulani. Are you saying those people that those areas being terrorized now, even though they are in the state, do you think they will still want a situation whereby they will enjoy that continuous terror, continuous, if it's right, terrorization of the territory, that they will prefer another Fulani who doesn't even care about Hausa or any other ethnic group in the North? So what do you say about that? Well, so do you think it's all about North? Because North is not only about Fulani.
When I'm talking about the North, I'm not talking about Fulani or Hausa. I'm talking about the whole North. The North is not monolithic in any way.
So what's the core North according to you? Identify the core North by your estimation.
Well, there's no such thing as the core North. There's just the northern Nigeria, and we have several ethnic nationalities.
No, there is the core North. There is the core North. The core North will be places like Sokoto, places like Yobe, places like
Southwest. Northwest.
Yes.
Northwest are the core North.
Niger is north, but you won't say it's core north. Kwara is north, you won't say it's core north. Kogi is north, you won't say it's not core north.
Core north
not all north is north. Not
So the term Core North is a recent term. The Core North is referring to the House of Fulani nationality in northern Nigeria. Their land is now referred to as the Core North, just to make a distinction between the House of Fulani nationality and the other nationalities in the north. As it is, out of the almost 300 ethnic nationalities we have, over 65% of that is in the north.
Right.
That's how diverse the north is, if not 70%.
Yes, no, we acknowledge that. That is exactly what you're saying. So there's no
Yeah.
homogeneity
But
to the north.
I'm speaking politically. I'm not speaking about ethnicity. I'm speaking about politics.
Yes, but
Because
hold on.
speaking on politics.
Let me actually do a bit of shuffling because there are quite a few voices that have not yet had space. So, with permission, let me shuffle Ola and bring this new name in, which is a Panzer HD that we've not heard from yet before. As we continue to hear from you, Black League. So Black League, yes, I was just saying, within the North, it's not a homogeneous space. There's still intra-politicking. You have the Nupes, you have the Kanuris, you have the Hausas, you have the Fulanis, and you have that intra-tension within that space still jostling for political relevance. So there's no homogeneity within the North, as often seems to be the narrative in these spaces.
Yeah, I'm speaking about election results.
Right.
And politics. So yes, the North is the most diverse part of the country. And yes, there are intrigues within the North. There's contestation for power within the North. And I think this is really how the North differs from the South in Nigeria. The North do their fighting within. When it comes time for elections, they speak with one voice. The same Governor Autumn somebody was referring to is the APC man. He just got into PDP recently. Niger State you're referring to is currently APC controlled, and there's no calls for the governor to go to any party. They're comfortable in APC. So yes, there are intrigues within the North, but I think they just understand politics to where it does not affect election. Yes, the North even I don't. Sorry, I can hear it.
Yes, there's a lot of crackling. People have poor networks today. Even Ajanle Koko, what's wrong with your network?
Oh, is it my network? Can you hear me better?
No, we can hear you better. Did you want to interject into what our Black League was saying?
Yes, he said earlier that if APC come out with northern candidate, that PDP will do the same thing too. Is that right?
Well,
no. I think one man.
He said if APC comes out with if they go with Tinubu, he's saying that the PDP will counter it with a northern candidate.
No, PDP is not going to counter with northern candidate because the stronghold of PDP is southeast and south.
I agree.
You understand what I'm saying?
I agree with that part. The stronghold is in the south and parts of the southeast.
Yeah, stronghold, southeast. And if Tinubu have the blessing of Buhari, I want to guarantee you Tinubu will win in the north overwhelmingly. And in the east, and in the southwest, vote of support. These are Omowani's Yoruba man. Tinubu will win. I want you to get that clear because Buhari's popularity, although we can say he has gone down, but if you look at the history of the vote that Buhari got right from 99, that has been contesting before he finally won in 2015. he kept those northern votes. You agree with me? So, and I believe as a man in power, with all the INEC and everything, he will still manipulate everything to make sure that Tinubu wins. So
let me add some data to what you're saying, Ajale Koko. Lagos, with almost twice the population of Kano, this is just the last election. APC got 580,000 votes in Lagos, and PDP got 448,000 votes in Lagos. So together, approximately just under a million votes in totality in Lagos. In Kano, which is not the population size of Lagos, APC got almost 1.5 million votes, in addition to PDP's nearly 400,000. So nearly twice the voting mass in Kano. So this is the level of rigging we're talking about. In Katsina, just some sleepy little dusty place within the Nigerian landscape, 1.2 million votes attributed to APC, 300,000 votes attributed to PDP. So in Katsina, just the APC vote alone is almost twice the entirety of the votes cast in Lagos, the largest population in Nigeria. So it's just so we are talking about rigging, just to add some data to that. Yeah, Black League, to you.
Yeah, we might be talking about rigging, but at the same time, rigging exists in politics. So if you're talking about rigging, you're also talking about politics. So that just goes to show you my point about how people blow Tinubu up to almost God status in terms of Nigerian politics. Well, I'm only looking at the numbers he brings in. Lagos, which he controlled, only gave 500,000 plus votes to APC. PDP got 400,000 plus. The margin is always 2 to 3%. While in a state like Kaduna, which is not even the most popular state in the north, their vote alone for the APC is equal to the entire vote of Lagos. Vote casted. So how is any interested party right now in the presidency in Nigeria has to consult the North and has to get the backing of the North?
Actually, just to correct myself, Black League, I was saying Lagos is just according to this is as at 2016 data, so this might well have changed. Or just
that's the last election. We haven't had any election since then.
Remember, I said Lagos is the largest population, but it looks as though Kano is actually the largest population, because as at 2016, it had a size of 15 million as opposed to Lagos 12 million. So just to correct myself on that, but carry on.
Yeah. So politics is all about alliances and how you can garner up people. So the summary of all that is numbers. The North, currently, they have the number. Rightly or wrongly, they do. And they know how to make the right alliances in the South and come to power. Since 1999, all the Southerners that have come to power had the backing of the North. Then it was Northern politicians who visited Obasanjo in prison and told him to become president.
Yeah,
to make up for the death of MKO Abiola.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yes,
One
sir.
man.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
On that point he made that all Southerners that became president had the support of the North. The same thing happened in Buhari. He wouldn't have won if Southwest didn't give him vote.
Well,
if Southwest did not give him vote, he wouldn't have won.
When Buhari was contesting in 2003, 2007, 2011, he didn't get the backing of the whole North. his party only controlled one state in the north out of the 19.
Black League, would you concede that it was Tinubu that made Buhari president? Yes or no?
With 500,000 votes when he got over a million
just
in
yes or
Kaduna?
no. Would you concede that it was Tinubu that made Buhari president? Yes or no?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
okay, what made
not.
Buhari
Any
president?
day, anytime.
What made Buhari president?
One man, do me a favor. Look at the result, presidential result of 2011. That was when Jonathan, the first time Jonathan and Buhari contested. Look at the result of the North. You will see that Buhari won overwhelmingly in the North.
That's simply because
President
Yar'Adua, Umaru Yar'Adua was.
He couldn't get the vote. He couldn't get the vote from the south here, the southwest, southeast, southside, and he failed.
I'm answering you directly. Just let me talk. Okay, the Buhari got the overwhelming votes in the north in 2011 against Jonathan because the whole north felt that was the northern slot because President Yar'Adua died in power.
Yeah.
Jonathan only became president because the incumbent died. Obasanjo had just left office. So that was the PDP zonal arrangement. Power will shift from the north to the south, from the south to the north. We just had the southerner for 8 years. Now I'm trying to explain why Buhari got those votes in the north. And I appreciate you mentioning that.
Just to add, because you are painting a picture that does not tally with facts and history, Black League. So just to speak to that space that Ajanle Koko requested for, I won't give you in numbers, but I'll give you in percentage terms.
But how doesn't it tally with facts when that's all I've been? I haven't given my personal views yet. All I'm giving you is facts. I have my personal views separate.
No, you're saying the weight of the North is a decision maker, and you're giving all these attributions to Buhari.
No,
but this
I'm
is
giving you facts. No. You mentioned Buhari. That's the only reason I mentioned him. I'm giving you facts.
Okay.
Today, as we have it, Nigeria has 36 states. The northern population is greater than the southern population. The north has 19 states. The south combined has 17.
Right.
Well, what?
So I'm giving you facts. That's a fact.
Hold on. Just also, because not just you, but a lot of people come and speak to some homogeneity within the northern space. So let's look at some data just to test that homogeneity, and we're going to 2011.
No, I told you, I raised the fact that the bulk of Nigeria's ethnic nationalities is in the north. So I never spoke to any homogeneity in the north.
No, yes, but you're saying that they always, in spite of their intra-politics, they speak with one voice to the national space.
For the most part, when it comes to presidential election.
That didn't happen in 2011.
How do you mean?
77% of the votes in 2011 in Borno State went to Goodluck Jonathan in Borno State. 77%.
Yeah, go on.
Yes. In Kaduna, 46%.
I don't actually know how many votes went to Jonathan, but Borno State is one out of... we still have 18 to go. Borno is not part of that core north you mentioned earlier.
Okay, Kebbi State 54%, Kogi State 71%, Kwara State 64%.
And that was
Taraba State 61%. This is 2011 Goodluck Jonathan straight fight with Malam Buhari.
But you still haven't mentioned any of the core northern states you were mentioning earlier.
Which ones do you classify as a core north?
Well, I told you it's a recent definition, and it's just the areas where the House of Fulanis are the majority in the state.
Okay, so, Kano State, Buhari scored 60% there. So that would be a core north. Katsina, he scored 70%. That is his home state. Kebbi is certainly a core north. He lost. Jonathan got 54%. So let me put the data up.
Kebbi is not considered core north.
KB is not core north. Then what is core north? You tell me what you consider core north to be.
I just told you.
Yes, tell me again.
KB has a lot of Christians.
All right. Let's move on from there.
There's a lot of Christians that indigenously from KB state.
Okay, let's move on from
when
there,
we are
because
looking
I don't
at
think we'll land on any point with this particular. The one thing that we can all agree is that the Nigerian political space is quite complex, and it will be you completely miss the mark if you try to apply simplistic analysis to the Nigerian political space. We've seen the data from.
Can I conclude my point, please?
Yeah, go on. But I still want to
Yes.
sample your opinion on other matters too. So conclude your thoughts, and I still need your opinion on other matters as well.
Well, the reason why Nigeria's politics seems complex is actually not complex, but the only reason why it seems so is because we've at best come up with a country. We have not built a nation yet. That's why we still talk about core north and where is the north that is not core, or the core south, or where is not core in the south. That's why we have the agitations for self-determination in southeast, in south, some parts of south, southwest, just all parts of Nigeria is divided. That's because all we've done is built a country. But for us to exist, we need a nation.
Yes, we all agree on that. But, I mean, I don't think anybody can. Engineer, did you want to say something?
No. I'm just
Yes,
listening
we all
to.
agree on what you just said. Black League. Nobody can disagree with that. But what color does that nation take is the question, because there's so multiplicity of ethnicity within the Nigerian space. So how does it converge under that green, white, green flag? What is the Nigerian identity is the question. When we answer that question, we have a country.
Well, that question is very easy to answer, because the more ethnic nationalities we have, it actually should work to our advantage. We just are not managing it right.
But we have this divide and rule system that we're experiencing now with Malam Buhari and his Fulani tribesmen.
I don't think the problem is Malam Buhari or the Fulani tribesmen, as you call them. I think the problem is us, because we chose Buhari. Buhari got overwhelming support from the south and the north. So if we keep coming up with leaders that we keep calling illiterates, we keep calling fools, we keep calling all sorts of names, maybe we should look at ourselves and assess what actually we're doing, because we're the ones. Buhari grew up in Kaduna, he grew up in Nigeria, ate the same food they're eating in Nigeria. So is every leader that comes to Nigerian space, as you like to say it. We've all had our disagreements with them. We've all said and shown how they could have done better. And we've all come to the conclusion that all of them put together mismanaged the resources of that great country. So what is that saying about the population? The elite put together in Nigeria are not up to 5,000 with their family members. We're talking about a country of 200 million people. So if 5 to 10,000 people, and that's a very conservative figure, the 5,000 is very conservative. So if that minute part of the population is corrupt and they're the ones in charge, no, that means we've all accepted corruption. That's really what it means. We've all accepted it as a way of life. That's how they're able to come to power.
Out. Also, you've identified the problem, prefer a solution. What's the path?
Solution?
We all agree that we're in a deep seas. So how do we navigate? Navigate us out of it.
The solution is to come together as a people and stop thinking like the same oppressors who oppressed us and are still oppressing us. That's one thing they've done. is they've put their thought process into it. So we now think just like oppressors. Everyone is waiting for his turn to oppress somebody. So we got it straight from them. We need to let go of that and then start building a nation. How do we build a nation? We form alliances. We're all similar, all of us in that space in Nigeria. I don't care how diverse the ethnicities may look like. We all belong to the same ethnic nationalities that are related, and our languages are related too. The Fulani language is related to the Igbo and the Yoruba language. The same root words, they all belong to the same language groups. So these people have similar traits. Can we manage a nation with different ethnicities? Yes. The people have to come together and put aside the differences put on them by the oppressors, as you rightly said, divide and rule. So if we know the tactics is divide and rule, why do we let it keep working? Nigeria was the #1 talked about African country worldwide. Go anywhere in the
Nigeria
world.
was meant to come out of Nigeria when in the 60s, when a lot of countries worldwide were getting their liberation. Indonesia, Singapore, etc., India even. Nigeria was one of the names that people were looking at to quickly come into the mainstream because they saw the talents there, Enahoro, the Ahmedu Bellos and the Awolowos, and they saw all these voices and the intellect. So they thought that Nigeria, above every other country that was getting their independence in the 60s, would quickly evolve into that super space to contend with all the great powers. But then, of course, we seem to regress and regress and regress. And Nigeria now is just fast moving backwards as the rest of the world, especially the African space, is taking they are taking steps forward.
Yes, you're right about that. Nigeria, when Nigeria got its independence, the whole world heard about it, and they all stopped to watch and listen to exactly what part Nigeria would take, because they knew that from then on, we had the power to affect the whole world with the oil reserves, with the gold deposits, with all the key natural resources used in the industrial world today. A major part comes from Nigeria. So not just the Westerners, the entire Black race, there's people, African people in general, and people of African descent were looking up to Nigeria to save them from the current misery that every African or person of African descent is facing in the whole world. Nigeria was in a very good place to take that lead. We naturally had it in terms of population, in terms of location, in terms of wealth.
Black League, you know what places us in that position? You know the real tragedy of Nigeria? I'll name you two spaces, the Niger Delta region and Kogi State. Those are the only two things we need in this world to become a great nation. We have steel in Ajaokuta. We have oil and gas in the Niger Delta region. What more do we need?
We have gold. Gold is highly sought after.
What more do we need?
We have gold. We have the most fertile land. Benue State alone can feed sub-Saharan Africa.
Oh God!
Benue State alone.
We get to this position of sadness when we speak about Nigeria.
We've gotten to this position because the people refuse to stand up. That's why it's not the leader. The people get the leaders they deserve. This is what we deserve for the effort we've put in so far. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is exactly what we deserve.
Yeah, but who are the people?
I'm not in disagreement with you.
Me, you, and all the Nigerians and Africans living in Africa.
So
and outside of Africa.
How can we unite then?
We need to unite by start looking at our similarities and look at the problems we face and see how similar those problems are.
The similarity we have
I can bring you a Fulani man who doesn't know how to speak English, who only speaks the Fulani language, and translate to you what they're going through too. It will be exactly what a Yoruba man who does not know how to speak English will be saying. It will be the same thing the Igbo will be saying, and all the nationalities in Nigeria put together. They'll all be saying the same thing. So once we understand that there's similarities in our goals and aspirations, and we know that we are potentially the greatest nation in the world, we should be looking for how to unite the whole of Africa, put together. Let's call it one country with one currency. So we speak with one voice. We have about 1.2 billion people. There's no way the world will sit down and speak about a new world order, and we will not be the VIP in the invitation. That's if we're not the ones who call for that meeting.
The only similarity we have is just that language they call Pidgin English. That's the only language that will unite everybody. Even though some part of the Fulanis, they don't hear English, but when it comes to Pidgin English, nobody in Nigeria that don't speak Pidgin English. Do you agree with me?
Sure. But not only Pidgin English. If you look at the core of the cultures, the values, the respect for elders, the building of communities, treatment to women, it's all similar all throughout Nigeria. And I can extend this to all over Africa.
Not everybody agrees with that. But thank you. Let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. Let me do a bit of shuffling just to bring in voices that we have not heard already. So I'll shuffle Ajanle Koko and then Engineer, with permission. I know you're in this conversation, but I want to bring in two more voices that we've not heard from. So stay with us, Engineer, as I shuffle you. And then I'll bring in Ovie and Prof, who was cut off in midstream. So we'll come back to you still, Black League, because we are enjoying your contribution, and we would like to hear your contribution to the Yoruba space. Afenifere comes out to describe Femi Adesina as a betrayer of the Yoruba people. Pa Adebanjo is the person speaking under that umbrella. I agree. Do you? Black League.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that was for me.
No, that was for you. You're still in situation. Yeah.
With the story of Pa Adebanjo.
Yes, Pa Adebanjo is describing Femi Adesina, the spokesperson of Malam Buhari, as a betrayer of the Yoruba people. So I concur with that statement, but what are your thoughts?
So my question is, how did he betray the Yoruba people?
By serving us up to the Malamis, he's serving us up to the Abokis, telling us that they are right to go and savage Igangan, telling us that they should cut up Yoruba land and give it to Fulani people from Niger Republic, and talking like an empty head when people are being killed in Ibadan. So that is how he's serving us up.
Well, Femi Adesina, as it is today, has a job with a clear job description. So if he has any respect for work ethics, he will keep doing what he's doing. Because I don't see how, if Pa Adebanjo was to say Femi Adesina is supporting injustice, I could understand that if he said that. And if he said Femi Adesina has betrayed his nation, I could understand that. But when he limits it to Yoruba land, the Yorubas are not the only nationality in Nigeria.
No, that is what he's saying by extension, that he's supporting injustice, but he's just using the coloration of the Yoruba people. Femi Adesina, of course, purporting to be a Yoruba man, but now he's almost speaking with a Fulani accent, eating tuwo shinkafi, and serving Yoruba up to...
Femi Adesina has boldly said his loyalty is to Mr. President. That's who
so he
hired
can stay
him.
with him. He can stay with him.
That's precisely what he's doing. That's precisely
what he's doing. Call him what he is.
Hold on, Ovie. when come 2023, he can go to boys' quarters in Daura because I'm not sure that there's space for him anymore in Yoruba land.
Well, one man, you're a little bit well, not a little bit. You're always derogatory when it comes to your president. You only have one president.
What derogatory? How do you mean?
No, by calling him names, by telling him return to the farm, is part of freedom of speech. It's part of freedom of speech. But I can understand that to that extent. But we as Nigerians seem to demean our own.
No, we don't demean our own. It's not fit for purpose, and is also not in service of the Nigerian.
If he's not fit for purpose, this man stood election twice and won overwhelmingly twice.
He did not. He did not win one single election.
All I'm saying is the electoral body called INEC, they're the only ones in charge of announcing election results.
Exactly.
They announced him as a winner twice. And the Nigerian people... I've not gotten into the important point.
Nigerian state is not in service of the Nigerian state.
The Nigerian people have not opposed that yet. Nobody apart from Atiku Abubakar went to court and said Buhari didn't win.
Yes, Atiku Abubakar.
You didn't go to court. There's no organization that went to court. I didn't go to court. What? Yes, that's why they say majority.
No.
Majority will always have their way, while minority will have their say. So you're having your say.
No, hold your space there and answer this question. Are you of the thought that Buhari won that election? Are you of that thought? Tell me yes or no. Are you of the thought that Buhari won that election or any election in Nigeria? Are you of the thought?
How else do we determine? There's rules of engagement to everything. How else do we determine who won an election? Is by waiting for. No, let me answer your question. There's a few ways to determine who wins an election. The number one way is to wait for the electoral body. In Nigeria, it's called INEC. You wait for INEC to announce it. If there's any objections, it will be taken to court. So if INEC doesn't say something, the court doesn't say it, then it doesn't exist. But if INEC has announced him as the winner, he has been taken to court up until the Supreme Court level. That's the highest court in Nigeria as we speak. They said he won the election overwhelmingly.
Well, it wasn't.
Then who are you? Are you not to respect the court in your own land as we have it? I can sit here.
What court? What are you talking about? Come on, man.
I'm talking about the Supreme Court. Go on. This is public record. I'm not giving you secrets.
No, hold on. What Supreme Court? Is it the Supreme Court headed by Walter Onoge, or is it the Supreme Court headed by Tanko Mohammed? What are you talking about?
Both of them have headed the Supreme Court. I am talking about the same Supreme Court that Walter Onoge headed.
Everybody knows what is going on. Why are you talking this way? We all know what is going on. Is it the Supreme Court that is headed by Walter Onoge?
What is going on?
We all know what's going on, but what are you doing about what's happening? That's the important thing. We all know what's going on.
Is this the Supreme Court that is headed by Walter Onoge, who should be in situation to oversee that rigged election?
One man. Can you answer? You've been answering.
Remove Walter Onoge and put Tanko Mohammed there to do a job. Is it
one man?
Come on, man.
One man. This is one man.
If you are doing it, don't paint black as white for us. We know what is going on. We see it. We don't have the power to change it, but we see it. We see what is going on now. What are you talking about?
One man. What am I saying?
What are you talking about? Buhari is a president. President of where? Niger Republic or Nigeria? Fulani railway to Madi.
One man.
Is there railway in Niger Delta where the money is coming from? What are you talking about?
One man, when your prime minister wants to address your country, he has to speak to Buhari. He's your president.
All right.
The prime minister where you stay has to speak to. He's the only one on paper as we have it.
We know what is going on.
Okay, so why you? One man. Okay. Let me ask you. I understand. It's your platform.
And they put Tanko Mohammed there because they know what they are doing and the right result. Omoyele
Okay.
Sowore that traveled the entirety of the country, they are telling us he got 40,000 votes,
One man,
and they are
all
telling
I'm,
us
all
Buhari
I'm,
that has been savaging for 4 years won an election, and you're
one
telling us
man.
that
I'm
is the
trying to
president.
break it down
President
to
of
the
where? Is
basics.
not
I'm
the
trying to
president
break
of
it down to
anything.
the
Come on.
basics so you understand the build up to what's happening. I understand you've been asking me questions. Give me liberty
Okay,
to
go
ask
on.
you one
Go on.
question. Just
Go
let
on.
me ask you one question.
Go on.
Was Buhari taken to court after the 2015 election?
I don't know. I can't recall.
Okay, I can recall. So Buhari was taken to court by the PDP. Atiku Abubakar took him to court. So they challenged the elections of
But in
2015 in court.
2015,
Yes.
it was up against Goodluck Jonathan in 2015.
My bad. I meant 2019. My bad.
All right. Okay.
I meant 2019. The recent
Yes.
election. In 2019, we're talking about the most recent election now that took place. He was taken to court. He went all the way to the Supreme Court. What's the job of the court? The court tells us that we should have a president. The court brings up they're supposed to uphold the Constitution, right? So we're looking up to the court for everything, right? Everything in terms of conflict and in terms of interpreting the law where there's no ambiguity. So the court interpreted what happened and said Buhari won, rightly or wrongly. That is the highest court in Nigeria as we speak. And that is what I'm going by. I'm going by public records. And I'm telling you, the way I understand you have some dissatisfaction with what happened. You think he didn't win the election, but that's not the way to going about it that way is just merely speaking.
Okay, there's
ways to go about challenging elections.
Okay,
elections are not perfect. That's why the law gave some room so you could challenge it. And the law also gave you the right to vote and be voted for.
Okay, we know all that. You've painted a narrative. Now let me paint you a narrative. Malam Buhari, he forced his way, essentially they bullied Goodluck Jonathan out of office. That's entirely his fault. He was incumbent and he did not use his position. He did not win that election. We all saw what happened in Kano State when they were luring in people from Nigerian Republic and doing underage voting. It was the former IG of police that superintended that, the one that gave that position. But we all know that, so he did not win that 2015 election, but because of the threats of that, the blood of the baboons and the monkeys will soak the streets, Goodluck Jonathan gave him the space just so he can do what he did. So he did not win the 2015 election. So we had him from 2015, and immediately he came into situation. They were announcing, because I follow politics, you see, and they were announcing the appointment of Buhari. He told us that it was going to be for nobody and for everybody, and we all thought that would be good. But then when they came to announcing the people that were going to govern the space, it was Danladi Mukhtar, Adebayo Okechukwu, Danladi Mukhtar, Adebayo, Danladi. So it was Danladi all the way through. So we knew it was a Danladi administration. And Danladi, of course, has never been fit for any purpose within Nigeria because they don't have the grounding in education and experience. The only thing that the Northerners, especially the Fulanis, know is to draw a circle wagon around the Niger Delta oil space and loot that oil money. They have nothing of experience outside of the Nigerian space because we all, everyone around the world, we don't see them anywhere apart from just looting that dollar. So they don't know how to run anything, and of course they've run the country aground. So we've experienced Buhari from 2015 to 2019. The savagery, the brutality, the ethnicism, the religious bigotry, just the crass savagery, the regression of the country, the bastardization of the economy, the ruination of the currency, the savaging of the ethnic diversity, just the total wrecking of the country from 2015 to 2019. We experienced all that, and Buhari was demythified because if everybody, they were thinking that from that his military time when he had that reputation as a Spartan man, a disciplinarian, and a no-nonsense man. But of course, from 2015 to 2019, completely demythified this Buhari nonsense narrative that we were painted when they were putting him in Igbo clothes, somebody that is only interested in speaking to them in the language that they understand. So completely demythified, the economy was ruined. You couldn't afford to even eat basic food. So in 2019, Buhari was categorically voted out of office, and they knew this was going to happen. Tanko Mohammed, they put him, not Tanko Mohammed, Mohammed, whatever his name is, the Yakubu
Okay.
Mohammed,
Yeah.
Yakubu, the
No,
INEC
his name
guy.
is Tanko Mohammed. Tanko
No,
Mohammed.
it's the INEC guy that I'm going to first.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the court.
Yes,
The guy
so they
heading the
put
court.
Yakubu, whatever his last name is, I'll recall it in a moment. The INEC chairman in situation. They put this guy Malami in situation. Obviously, all of the security apparatus are under their control, but the one space that was going to be the rescue of the nation was going to be when that case got to the Supreme Court. So, by force of the will of the Nigerian people, because they were intending to put a northerner there, they forced Walter Onoge into that space. But then, of course, they could not have Walter Onoge in situation in the build-up to that election that they were going to rig. So by just some ridiculous nonsense, they got rid of him, that he had accounts abroad that he did not submit or something. Imagine that, Malam Buhari. Remember Malam Buhari, the biggest corruption case that we've ever had in the history of Nigeria. The first big one was attributed to Buhari when he was the petroleum minister under the Obasanjo military regime, and they disappeared nearly $2 billion then. Back in the 80s, when billions of dollars was money, they disappeared it and they found it in Midlands Bank in the United Kingdom, all under Buhari's stint as the So all of that, they got rid of Walter Onoge because, of course, they knew they were going to rig that election, and if it landed at the Supreme Court, they did not have the confidence that Walter Onoge would do their bidding. Got rid of him, put Tanko Mohammed there, rigged an election that was the worst rigged election. Even the Diamin of Uganda will be ashamed of the level of rigging that we saw in 2019, to the point that the guy from Kaduna State was threatening all the international observers that if they write anything against the election that they were rigging, that they will leave Nigeria in body bags. We all heard all that. So don't tell us all of this. We saw the trajectory, and you're telling us that we're being disparaging in reference to him. What? Come on, man. Come on.
One man, you've listed problems. What are the solutions?
The solution is to have this guy leave that post and have somebody that is fit for purpose be there. We had a Nigeria that was thriving under Obasanjo. We had a Nigeria that was thriving under Goodluck Jonathan. Even Babangida did a fairly decent job before he went wayward. But this guy has regressed that country almost to the point of destruction. What are you talking about? And you're saying we're being disparaging about it.
One man.
Python dance.
That actually wasn't my point. But the way you talk about Obasanjo did good, Jonathan did good, even IBB did good, there was a point where those men were being demonized even worse than Buhari.
Oh, no.
So I tell you, with the system Nigeria is running, they will keep getting worse.
Okay.
I'm telling you this as a fact. There will be one time you put Buhari with that list you just mentioned. Now you're attacking him today because we're running a corrupt system, and the people are more corrupt than the leaders. If not, how do they keep getting there when we outnumber them?
Okay. Okay, go on. Land your point. Yeah, because I had a good say, so you have your say.
Okay, the current system is corrupt. The oppressors have successfully taught the people how to have an oppressive way of thinking. So the people are starting to have the same thought process as the oppressor, and that's dangerous. All that means is everybody is waiting for their turn to oppress. Everybody is being well adjusted to injustice. We're looking at injustice. We won't call it what it is. Would rather paint it with a different brush, an ethnic brush. If Fulanis are the real problem of Nigeria, okay, if Buhari rigged the election, the closest to Buhari was Atiku Abubakar, a fellow Fulani man. Atiku Abubakar speaks way better Fulani than Buhari. Buhari himself has admitted this. So if you're talking about the ranking within the Fulanis, Atiku comes way on top of Buhari. Nigerians were still willing to bring in another Fulani man. He's the one, he was Buhari's major contender. On paper, anybody could say what they want. I'm looking at numbers. So if the problem of Nigeria is not the system and is the Fulanis and their barbaric way of thinking, blah, 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 why does Nigerians keep opting for Fulanis? That means the people themselves are confused.
Just to address,
if that's true, only if that's true.
Just to address what you just said, my contention is not with the Fulanis, but especially with Malam Buhari. And I don't know how long you have been following this platform, but the people who have been here for a good while will attest. Atiku is somebody that I rate highly. I will have Atiku be the president of Nigeria above Tinubu or Fayemi, because I just feel that his level of competence, because I listen to his policy thrust, and I admire his policy positioning. I listened to his articulation during the last election, and I agreed with him. His policy position and Kingsley Moghalu's policy positions were the ones that impressed me the most in the last election. So it is nothing to do with the Fulanis, but especially to do with this element that we call Malam Buhari. There was a reason why they inserted a minimum qualification in the Nigerian constitution for the presidency.
One man.
Yes.
One man. You have a great platform, and we could shape public policy with what we say. The people have that power. So if we keep emphasizing on problems and problems and problems, everybody in Nigeria, those who speak English or Pidgin and those who don't even speak those two languages, all understand the problems of Nigeria. It doesn't even take education to understand the problems in Nigeria.
The problem of Nigeria is Malam Buhari. Malam Buhari is the problem.
Exactly my point. If we keep ringing Buhari's name here and there, and we're not taking any practical action, what exactly? No, let me land my point. Let me get my point through. What exactly is gonna happen is the remaining corrupt political elite are gonna bank on that. Since our minds are so focused on Buhari, who has about 2 years to go, he's already had his maximum term in office. He can never be president again in his life.
Well,
if we keep focusing on that, we're really gonna put ourselves in a bigger mess than Buhari.
What about his third-term agenda? What about Buhari's third-term agenda?
I could tell you categorically, Buhari will not contest for president come 2023.
What is Mia Buni doing? Is that not what they are perfecting? Mia Buni I
didn't say a northerner. I didn't say a northerner cannot come. No, I thought you were speaking of Buhari. If we're talking about Buhari himself, he is not. I could guarantee you that right now.
You cannot guarantee anything, because they guaranteed us that he was the panacea for change. We saw what he is. What do you have to say about the Fulanization agenda? Is it taking place? Are you going to deny that too? That there's a Fulanization agenda that has been taking place since 2015? Are you denying that?
I mean, though, if there's a Fulanization agenda, it started way before 2015. Is it
the third Mark D? Because the first Mark D was with Mandat Modeo. The second one was Ahmedu Boelo. Is Buhari now the third Mark D, or whatever it is they call it in their language? Is it the third Mark D? They are third.
No, actually, you'd be surprised to know that a majority of the northern people don't actually support the government. And that's one thing the South is missing. They don't understand that in the South, that majority of the northern people do not support Buhari's administration. They have spoken about it through forums. One of them is the consultative forum. They've spoken about the mismanagement of resources, the insecurity in the north, and they even claim he is giving the north a bad name. So they have admitted this
Yes,
years
he
ago,
is.
and they
He
have been
is.
consistent speaking
Should I
about
tell
it.
you something funny, Black League? Sorry, I keep on interrupting, but if you follow this platform, you will know that I tend to do that a lot. I've said this in the past. When I was growing up, my one dream in life was to live in Jaws, you know, to live because I find them civilized and the climate, conducive. But all of that Nigeria that we all grew to dream of just since 2015, this Aboki that you have in Aso Rock has destroyed the whole thing, set us back completely, set us against each other. Under this, just wanting to show like that some Fulani master race, some people that have no literacy and are very backward, and you're telling us that they are the master race. Master of what? What is the meaning of this nonsense?
I don't know where you got that narrative from
Is that
me,
not
but
his narrative? Is that not the Buhari language? Is that not what he's trying to propel? That he has some superior breed of
but
people that he
but
comes from, some
one man. If that
cattle
is
rearer.
Buhari's narrative, what is the response? All I'm hearing is
The response is
reactions.
what you're hearing from me now.
No,
Now
I'm
says
hearing
Oyo
reactions.
Alaafin,
One
you
man,
say
I'm
no.
hearing reactions from you, not responses. There needs to be a response
Okay.
to it.
All right.
Response from who?
Let me take you to a different place because I've thoroughly enjoyed my engagement with you, by the way, and I hope you become a regular fixture here because we need that diversity of opinion, and your voice brings a different tilt to what we discuss. So please join us as just as often as you like. We do this every day. We love our country, Nigeria. We want it to be better, but we do not want to become a Fulani republic. The Fulanis can be Fulani in their way, but a man from Oyo Alaafin has no other way than a Yoruba way. All still within that cusp that we call Nigeria. But let me take you to the east and take your opinion on a different storyline. Nnamdi Kanu we're going to, and what happened to him is coming out in trickles. His brother Kingsley has come out to tell us that he was indeed in Kenya going on a stroll and he disappeared. And then the British newspaper The Guardian has told us that Nnamdi Kanu's British passport is still in Kenya. So that then lends the he was effectively abducted, kidnapped, and renditioned back to Nigeria. Outside, of course, international law, kidnap and rendition. Within the Kanu story, the narrative, what are your thoughts, Black League?
Well, I followed the story of how he was intercepted. I think that's the word they used, government used.
Yeah, which means kidnapped.
Yeah. I think by doing that, all they'll succeed in doing is probably two things. One, they'll make him even more popular. And two, they will change I think they will succeed in changing the Biafra self-determination movement to a free Nnamdi Kanu movement, just like they did with Shawore with the revolution now, that became free Shawore now. I think that's what they're going after right now. They want the Biafra agitation to die down, and
which it has done.
When you keep talking about the Fulani government, yes, the government is led by a Nigerian who is Fulani, but they're evils in the government.
Nigerian, because Buhari himself has told us that his family ancestry is essentially Nigerian, not Nigerian, and his own nuclear family or whatever it is, that his own nuclear family are isolated from the extended family who are essentially in Niger Republic. So he's essentially a foreigner.
True.
Buhari,
but not to digress into Buhari's topic, because Yes, Buhari is related to people in Niger.
Yeah,
Just
so he
like
can go
that.
back home and leave us alone. He
But
can
he
go back
has
home
the
and leave us
same
alone.
but listen, my point is the same claim to how the Adamawa people are related to people in Cameroon, how the Yoruba people are related to people in Benin Republic and Togo. It's the same thing. Nigeria was made by the Europeans, by the British in particular. So we have to remember that. So if Buhari is connected to Niger, which he has admitted, the Yorubas know they're connected to Benin Republic and Togo and some parts of Ghana. It actually extends. So the way Africans lived in their civilizations, there were no, we didn't have no strict borders. It could move at any time, it could extend at any time, and people were free to move. But back to Nnamdi Kanu, when you talk about the Fulani-led government, there are Igbos in the government. And I think the Igbo elite
Name one Igbo
are,
man of relevance.
I think the Igbo elite are more culpable in Nnamdi Kanu's arrest than the government is. Because
Explain.
the elite in Igbo land have, they've come strongly against the narrative that Nnamdi Kanu keeps putting out. That's to secede or to have a self-determined land called Biafra. The Igbo elite, I'm talking about the political elite specifically, who are the big players when it comes to anything politics in the Southeast. They do not agree with what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. That's not to say what his stands for is right or wrong. That's not to say that. The fact on ground is they do not agree with him. And I think before this turns into a mess, they needed before now to have been a dialogue between Nnamdi Kanu's group and the actual elite from the Southeast, the political elite, the people who represent them. That's really what I mean.
Black League, would you say that the Igbo elites are secretly pleased that Nnamdi Kanu has been taken out of circulation because
No, some might be secretly pleased, but some are openly pleased. But that's to say both sides are pleased, is what I'm telling you.
Okay, I agree with that as well.
Now their argument
like him.
now their argument for getting the presidency becomes stronger, because they felt that Nnamdi Kanu was a big obstruction to their 2023 bid to become president.
I agree.
So now that they've tamed him, and some have said they keep drugging him and all that, now he's quiet. So now they expect the rest of his followers to keep to keep mobilizing funds and, you know, doing promo ads and all that, saying free Nnamdi Kanu, free Nnamdi Kanu. And that would successfully shift the narrative. It's all about persuasion. That's how you get in government, and that's how you run a government. How well you can persuade somebody.
Oh, okay. I'm still with you, and you're still in Situation Black League, because it's only because I'm enjoying talking with you so much, and not only I, but the audience are enjoying hearing from you as well. Alexander super chats to compliment you. So this is what Alexander is saying to you, Black League. It says, Black League, well articulated point. Love it when folks come on the platform and make meaningful contributions. Fantastic control of the English language too. Absolutely breathtaking. Welcome on board. So that is a compliment from Alexander, who is very discerning in who he compliments. So you can take that as a big compliment from Alexander, and that compliment from me too. So it's only because you are so engaging that I'm spending so much time with you. Otherwise, I would have moved on.
I actually want to thank Alexander for the comment and compliment.
All right.
I've also heard about his Okorocha presidency narrative.
Yes. What are you saying to that? It's put money to it, or $2,000. This is what is.
I don't know, Alexander. Can you put 10,000 on it?
Why?
I could go 10,000. Just me and you. I could let you know. Okorocha, Rochas, Owele, Anayo, Okorocha is not coming close to the presidency or the vice presidency. I could easily do that.
Back it up. because he's a prominent politician and there's clamoring for the Igbo space. We had Peter Obi run with Atiku, so why not Rochas, who is popular in the north and is well known in the east?
First of all, you have to look at Okorocha's history. Any candidate that comes out started from somewhere. You have to go to the start. Okay, Okorocha never wanted to be governor of Imo State. He came guns blazing to be president. He had the resources to do it. No one can take that away from him. And he has somewhat an affiliation to the North. He's sympathetic to whatever narrative the North puts out. You will always find Okorocha supporting it.
Yeah, but
if he doesn't support it outwardly, if he doesn't support, sorry.
Born and bred Kaduna now. He's born and bred Kaduna. He's not really an Igbo man, he's a northerner.
Well, he actually spent most of his time in Jos Plateau State.
There you go. So he's one of them.
That's actually where he's from. And my point was, he's always wanted to become president. He's shown that ambition since probably 2003, 2007. And he was with Buhari in AMPP. People forget that. When nobody was with Buhari, Okorocha was there with Buhari in AMPP. And they contested. Buhari always beat him in the primaries. But that's because of Buhari's popularity from being the head of state. Buhari always beat him though. So
Blackly, you got $20,000 right there in front of you.
Blackly, I would advise you not to take on Alexander. Alexander is not even money. It's not new money. Alexander is old money.
I'm with Black League on this one. I'm with Black League on this one.
150 years elite. So, and that is Lagos elite. So don't take him on.
Alexandra, I'm sorry. I'm with Black League on this one.
I'm willing to take that. I mean, the elite could be wrong, and I'm willing to show it.
Okay.
Alexander
is, I'm sure you've heard of the 1%.
Condition attached to it, though. There's a condition attached to it. Show your face.
No, you don't have to. No. Please, don't show your face if you don't want to. People have the right to be, incognito. It's just really and I'm really enjoying spending time with you. So that is Alexander coming back at you. He says, "I'll put $20,000 with relative ease on one condition." Oh, right, that is what you're saying. Show your face now and let us know. Let us get to know you well.
Let's get to know him. Let's get to know. Put a face to Black League. Put a face to Black League. We want to know.
I am not going to put you under that pressure.
No. 1 man, stay out of this one. This is three-way league. This is three-way league. This is three-way league. This is 2 against 1. This is 2 against 1. Put a face to Black League.
No. You don't have to. Don't scare him away.
I'm not scared in any way.
He's an Igbo man. This guy is an Igbo man. This guy is an Igbo man. Okoro. Now Okoro. It's an Okoro.
It's actually entertaining.
Yeah, but still with you. So that's Alexander taking on your bet. But still with you. Things that are not particularly the headlines today, but just your commentaries on the savaging of Sunday Igbo's house. What do you make of that? Sending the DSS to go and machine gun this guy's home because he's asking for a better deal for his people, and to say that the Fulanis should not be coming to charge to kill people in Ibadan. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I understand Sunday Igbo's agitation for self-determination and all that. But at the same time, just with any movement, you need strategy. I think Sunday Igboho has a good cause to fight for, but he needs to take a look at his strategy. First off, he needs more people involved, and he needs people on all fronts. For you to stand up to a whole sovereign country and say you want self-determination, you have to be ready for everything. You have to be ready for diplomacy. You have to have your diplomats on deck. You have to be ready for war too, in case it goes left. So you have to have your military on deck, and you have to have people who will speak on your behalf, people willing to make peace, people willing to make compromise for you to get what you want. Sunday Igboho does not have such a structure behind him. That's why his house could be savaged so easy.
Before you interject, let me put a question to Black League.
I haven't actually made my point yet. So
go on. Go on.
Yeah. So I think he has a good cause. When you look at his cause, the core of it, yes, he does have a good cause, but he doesn't have a good strategy. And if Nigeria was working the way it's a nation is supposed to work, I know for a fact Sunday Igboho will have no agitation. He will have no that the whole Oduduwa Republic narrative will not exist. The same with the Biafra narrative. If Nigeria was working like a country should work, like a nation should work, none of these nationalities would ever agitate to have their own. So I think Sunday Igboho, I'm trying to look at it holistically now. Sunday Igboho needs to understand that as it stands right now, he does not have that structure in place to have a self-secessionist or a self-determination movement. He does not have it as we speak.
Okay, I want to put a question to you, and then Ajanle Koko will interject as well. Then you sweep both up, and then we go on to Insibidi. But I want you to stay with us for as long as you can. But I'll put this question to you, then Ajanle Koko will interject, and then you address the two. Why has Malam Buhari not sent Yusuf Bichi to send his men to Sheikh Gumi's house to go and machine gun the place in the same way that they've machine gunned Sunday Igboho's house? Sheikh Gumi, of course, the spokesperson for the bandits, and Sunday Igboho just asking for a fair deal. What is the greater crime, a spokesperson for banditry or somebody asking for a better deal? So that is my question. Then Adeanle Koko, put your interjection, and then Black League address the two positions.
Okay, he said Igboho does not have the right strategy to pursue what is pursuing. On the diplomatic front, we have Professor Akitoye pursuing that on diplomatic front. And what Igboho was just doing was just a mere campaign, rally,
sensitization,
which does not disrupt nothing in that country, not a threat to the security of that country. They have not killed any police. They have not attacked any police front or the military front. They have not done nothing like that. It's just a peaceful rally. And for him, for the government to come and attack him, and I mean, they attempted to kill him. That is outrageous. So I just want to make it clear to you that everything was put in place. Everything you said that they don't have in place, everything was put in place. But the government of illegality, a government that perpetrate illegality, came up again and did what they know to do best. That's to, act in an illegal manner. And remember, Nigeria is a signatory to United Nations Charter that gives
Ajanle Koko, make it brief so that he doesn't lose track of what you're saying. So just put it
that give right within every nation to agitate, to agitate for self-determination. You remember Nigeria is a signatory to that charter.
Let Black League address those 2 points, and then we hear from CBD. So Black League, the floor is yours.
Yeah, what I can understand from what Ajanle Koko said is Sunday Igboho's movement has the right strategy and the right machinery to succeed. But what has happened has proven otherwise. He mentioned Professor Akintoye. I've been following Professor Akintoye for a long time. He's not a diplomat.
No. I say he's pursuing that agitation on diplomatic front. He has written to UNPO. They have written to United Nations. They have done everything on the international level so that international community can know what is going on in Nigeria. As per the way this government has support criminals to come and kill us in our bushes and in our space in Yoruba land.
Okay, I'll just summarize my point. First, I'll ask you a question. Do you believe that the Yoruba elite are involved with what happened to Sunday Igboho? Yes or no? That's an open question.
Partially, I will say yes, that they are involved because the Nigerian project is favor them. So no politician or traditional leader in Nigeria, we want that nation to break up or support agitation in any way, either by for Biafra or Yoruba nation, because they benefit. They are the only one that benefit in that Nigerian project. But Nigerian people,
okay, yes is the simple answer to that. So just say yes, and then let him address it.
Yes,
okay. So let him just address it. Thank you. Yeah, go on, Black Lee.
So that goes to my point. He needs a good structure to be able to run a self-determination movement.
What structure do you prefer?
I'm about to tell you now. If you are trying to start a self-determination movement, you have to make sure that the majority of the people and the political representatives are involved. As we have it today, the political representatives of Southwest, I'm not sure if up to 15% of them are involved as we speak. So if the elected representatives are not involved, the people are not well sensitized on what's going on. We still have clamor within Yoruba land, especially places like Ondo State, with the Ijaws saying you cannot force us to sing the Oduduwa anthem. That's currently going on. So first of all, you need to look within and see actually what's going on. What strategy am I putting forward? Are my people with me? That's the most important thing. And not just my people, the people representing my people. Politics, that's the people who they talk to. There is no way the Nigerian government can come into the Southwest and invade Igboho's residence without the political representatives okaying it. It does not happen in politics. I know how politics is run, and I know how decisions are taken. So they are part and parcel. If they were not involved, there's no way it would take place. That's just how it works. Politics itself is a system. There are rules of engagement to everything. And there's consequences for not following the rules of engagement.
All right. Thank you, Black League. Just one last question, and then please still stay with us because we'll still take closing remarks. Just for as long as you can spare us your time, spare it to us. But I address this just as a last comment before I go into CBD. How come Malam Buhari has not instructed Yusuf Bichi to tell his boys to go and machine gun Sheikh Gumi's home in Kaduna in the same way he told Yusuf Bichi to send his boys to go and machine Igbo's home and family in Ibadan? So how come Yusuf Bichi has not been told to go and machine gun Sheikh Gumi in the same manner Igboho was machine gunned?
Well, Yusuf Bichi is the director of the DSS.
Yes.
Correct.
So how come he has not gone to machine gun Sheikh Gumi?
Well, that goes back to what I was telling you about structure. The bandits, call them illiterates till tomorrow. Pay attention to their structure and pay attention to what they're saying, if they're saying anything at all. If they're not saying anything, then watch the actions, watch the structure. Sheikh Gumi, in a national interview, said, I've been doing this all along, and I've been doing this with the involvement of the Nigerian government. I've had the security agencies. He didn't say agency, he said agencies. Escort me into the forest to dialogue with these bandits. That means part of that dialogue. Pay attention to the structure. They just don't have a armed, yes, they have an armed, just like you have an armed militia, but they have the people talking to who don't carry arms. Shegumi is a medical doctor. And he's telling you clearly that the government is involved. So if the DSS is involved in going into the forest to dialogue with Gumi, how then would the DSS be involved?
So a different rule for Sheikh Gumi. Sheikh Gumi, of course, has association with what's that underwear bomber that was caught in America in 2010, who was in correspondence with him. So his association with that space goes deep, including his father, who had the same association.
What is the level that's the baseline to everything? I'm very solution oriented. What's the way forward?
Yes.
Are the Nigerian people gonna honestly say they playing their role as Nigerian citizens? That's a role.
Yeah, just well, like the role we are playing is to ask for the arrest of Sheikh Gumi, a known terrorist sympathizer and almost by osmosis a sponsor of terrorism. So why is Sheikh Gumi not in custody?
Well, I've told you, Sheikh Gumi works with the security agents. So that's why he's not in custody as we speak. I'm trying to point you in the direction of the structure these bandits are using. Yes, what they engaged in is terrorism. That's what it should be called. But why do we even call it bandits? Pay attention to the Nigerian media, owned almost entirely by Southern Nigeria. They never say terrorists. If you pay attention to the language, the language says everything. They say bandits. The harshest words they'll use, armed bandits. They go softer, own gunmen. And those the words? So when you pay attention to the words, you see that yes, something is happening over there. Terrorism is going on, but the Southern representatives are part and parcel of what's going on. Because it's now in the South. It started in Borno. Everybody was saying, yeah, let them kill themselves over there. It came to the Northwest, came to the North Central, in Benue, Plateau. Everybody said this would never happen in the South. The seat of the military in the old empire of the Yorubas, that's the Oyo Empire. They invaded it successfully. What more do you want for these people to show you exactly what's up? Don't talk. That's the thing. You're waiting for speeches. You're not gonna see any speeches. You're only gonna see action. That's why I said we need responses, not reaction.
We have a saying in Yoruba land, Black League. We say Gambari pa Fulani ko lejo no. So just loosely, because the Yoruba language is so rich and nuanced, it doesn't really translate into English. It loses its resonance and its impact when you translate it into English. But just loosely in English, if a Gambari, which is essentially a Fulani, a Hausa man, if he kills a Fulani, there's no case to answer. This is what the Yorubas say, Gambari pa Fulani ko lejo no. So whatever they are doing in Borno State, let them do it in Borno State. It's a Gambari, Fulani sort of house. They can do it there, but don't bring it to Yoruba land. We are civilized people. We don't live a life of savagery.
It's in all parts of Yoruba land, and including Lagos. Actually, Lagos itself, that's the richest. That's the richest city, I could say, in Africa.
By far.
So, yes, Lagos plays a key role. So, Lagos is part of the Southwest. The Yorubas have claim to Lagos. But look at the security architecture of the Southwest started, called Motekun. What was Lagos a part of?
People don't take microphone.
Pay attention to all the meetings they had. The governor kept sending the deputy governor. That's a message.
I can't hear.
When all the Southwest governors are sitting, is Mr. Hamzat, the deputy governor of Lagos State. That's it. Lagos has always maintained that position. We are not a part of this. Why? It's all politics. And when I mean Lagos, I'm not talking about the people of Lagos. I'm talking about the elected representative.
Yeah, but Lagos is in play with the communiques coming out of the southern region because they all stand astride, and you can see Sanwo-Olu there in the mix.
Well. I'm so glad you brought up that point. You did not see Sanwo-Olu pop up.
Sorry to interject.
Don't interject. Okay, let him land that point because he will lose his train of thought.
Okay, you did not see Sanwo-Olu pop up until they had a meeting, and one of the major demands is presidency should come to the South. When it was just security talk, he was absent.
Right.
He got involved when that's when you could bring the South together. It's for the fear of.
Okay. Did you get a read of the communique that was put out, the demands, because it included state policing, resource control, power transiting to the South, etc.
Exactly, and Tinubu, I'm only looking at what I was only Tinubu, looking at what was.
When I say Tinubu, that's a Freudian slip. Sanwo-Olu, by extension, Tinubu, but Sanwo-Olu a co-signatory to all of that demand, so you cannot exempt him from that.
Yes. Sanwo-Olu was part of that. I've read all the communiques, both the one in Asaba and the one they just did recent.
Right.
What was different in the two communiques? Presidency should come to the South.
Okay,
that's where Sanwo-Olu was present.
So you are saying it's Tinubu speaking? Is that Tinubu speaking essentially?
Well, not just Tinubu. Tinubu has a lot to contest with in the South itself. But if power should come to the South as we have it, if you're going to go by PDP zonal arrangement, let's understand that zoning is not in our constitution. It's in the PDP constitution.
No. Don't say that. Don't say that. Zoning is an unspoken gentleman's agreement that
I'm agreeing with that. I'm talking about in black and white in the constitution. I've read the constitution front to back page. There's no such thing as zoning. It's a gentleman's agreement, something we do behind closed doors and come out and people just accept it to be the norm. You're talking about tradition. I'm talking about constitution.
We're talking about convention. It is the convention. It is the received wisdom of every Nigerian.
Yes, we're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. It's conventional, but it's unconstitutional. But my point to that is the South knows that the North might take another shot at the presidency. The South, they're not actually
woe betide if they do that. Woe betide.
Well, if that's what prompted the Southern governors to come together.
And that is what they're saying, that woe betide if you do that. If you bring another Fulani man again after what we've experienced with Malam Buhari, woe betide.
Well, we're talking politics and numbers and dialogue. As we have it today, if you want to go by zoning arrangement of the PDP, which has come to become convention, as you call it. Southeast should take that slot because
no. We can't have the Southeast.
Let me make the point. Let me make the point and tell you why. I'm talking since democracy came back in 1999.
No. The Igbos are not suited to.
I'm trying to tell you why. I understand what you mean in terms of reach and political involvement and outreach.
Tribal. That's the thing.
I wouldn't say that because you find them all over Nigeria, including
being tribal.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
But carry on. That's just my own personal inflection, but not shared by everyone.
Going by that arrangement, it should go to the Southeast, simply because since 99, we have not had a Southeast president or vice president. When you go to the South, we've had a vice president from the South for, and we've also had a president from the South. In the Southwest, we've had a president for 8 years, a vice president for soon to be 8 years. So if we're talking about zoning arrangements in the South,
that's the Shehu Sani argument. That's the Shehu Sani argument that you're presenting.
No, I'm talking about the zoning logic from the PDP. Yes, but in terms of what's going on, the least likely to get it, speaking reality now, the least likely to get it is the Southeast.
Because
there is not much political mobilization and dialogue and persuasion going on.
God bless you for saying that. I say this all the time, and I get stoned.
Yes,
in the
because when you go to the Southwest, you see the political mobilization of the likes of Tinubu, his outreach to the North, and to some parts of the South outside of the Southwest. You've seen that already taking place in shape. When you go to the South, you see the likes of Goodluck Jonathan, who has been clearly in a very good standing. Yeah, he has a really good relationship with the current administration. They supported him going and representing Nigeria in ECOWAS missions to Mali and the rest. So he's very much involved. The only reason the North will consider Jonathan was what he did for the North in 2015. They were not expecting him to concede. Nobody in the North was expecting Jonathan to concede. That shocked the whole North. So in order to pay him back, they might bring him on board. But the main reason is not to show gratitude. It's because they know constitutionally, the North, if you look at their politics, they always... They always just go back to Constitution. He only has one term.
Yes, and then
they know it will come right back to them.
Yes, that I know that they want to play that one. We know they want to play
that. And also, why they might take Jonathan even above a person like Tinubu is Jonathan has been tested. They claim Tinubu has divided Lagos into 3 and has taken 1 or 2 parts to himself. And they are afraid that might happen in the whole country. That's why they might take...
What do you make of Lamido? Actually, before I put that question to you, Ovie wanted to interject. So, Ovie, sorry that I cut you short. I just wanted to let him land that point. So, I'll have you interject, Ovie. But first, let me just read Alexander's super chat to you. Black League, Alexander continues to delight just in your presence on this platform because, of course, Alexander here especially likes intelligent words well articulated, which is the mix that you are presenting to us today. Alexander delights in that, as do I, as do the whole platform. We like a well articulated point, not necessarily agree with it, but
American Yoruba.
Yeah?
It's an American Yoruba.
No, well, whatever he is, he's a well-presented man. Alexander delights in that, as do I. And this is what Alexander is saying in delight, as a delight in your company. So Alexander super chats out to you, Black League, and he says, the way he's pronouncing Yoruba names, he definitely grew up in the Southwest, has lived abroad for a while. His pronunciations are spot on. American/Yoruba, Nigerians in the main are extremely smart and educated. So this is Alexander's assessment of just your presentation. Not saying that he agrees with what you're saying, but he delights in how you are presenting it. So Alexander compliments you. Ovie, you wanted to put a position to Black League.
Mine is very short. I just want to him to clarify something. Did I hear him say that everything is politics? Did I hear you say that, Black League?
Look at that.
That's precisely
So I just, he's an American Yoruba. He uses American Yoruba English to polish him. Me that talking everything about politics. So I just want to be very clear that
not qualified
that's precisely the summary of all I've been saying today.
All right,
everything is politics.
Brilliant. Continue to stay with us.
It's all really a game. And if you don't understand it's a game, you're probably the ball that's been played with.
Okay. So sorry, to that space, all been again. I was going to let you go, but I just remembered I wanted to put a position to you. With it being a game, how is it being played in the East is the thing. I come here all the time and say that the chances of us having an Eastern president is between, say, slim and none. And I put forth the argument that they don't politic in the way that politics is played, especially anywhere, but especially within the Nigerian space. They don't reach beyond their borders. They have this narrative of secession, and they don't really have a known champion. And when I say they don't have a known champion, people say Peter Obi, and I'm saying that Peter Obi does not have the weight and the gravitas to propel towards Aso Rock. So just to that Eastern space, Black League, what do you think their permutations are politically wise? Political wise, yeah.
Well, as of 2019, PDP controlled 4 states out of 5 states in the Southeast. So you could say Southeast is the PDP. That's the heart of the PDP, is the Southeast and the Southwest, and the South-South, sorry, as you earlier mentioned, one man. So that being said, Nigeria is they call it a multi-party state, but in reality is a 2-party state. You have the PDP and the APC. If you're not in any of these 2 parties, you're not likely to clinch the presidency, just like it is in America with the Democrats and Republicans. So PDP being controlled by the Southeast, PDP itself is not looking to produce a Southeast candidate. That speaks a lot. Why? Because PDP, as we have it, if PDP had a soul, it would be in the pocket of Nyesom Wike, governor of Rivers State. And Wike is not in any way, shape, or form suggesting that the presidency would even come to the South. Because he's not, what he's doing currently, he's not even making attempts to be president. He's gunning for the vice presidency. That shows you something. He's from the South-South. If there'll be a president, it will be from the North. From what's happening, and as they say, 24 hours is a long time in politics. But if you've studied politics in a long time, you'd understand the patterns in politics. So if you go with the patterns, you're not likely to be wrong. You're likely to be right 9 times out of 10. So with what's playing out, Wike is trying to be vice president, and that is the mainstay of the Southeastern politics. Because as of 2019, PDP had 4 out of 5 states. That's an overwhelming majority. So if the party that the Southeasterners are supposed to be a part of and control is making clear movements towards reaching out to the Northern candidate. A few months ago, Wike donated millions to a burnt market in Sokoto. So there, Tinubu did the same thing. He just did a lower amount. But they're basically doing the same thing. That's political outreach, dialogue, saying support our cause.
We've seen Tinubu, Ashwebi, and bags of rice in Kano, and we've heard them in Kano chanting, say Jagaban. So the politics.
Well, there will be a lot of things working against Tinubu. As I told you, if, and I emphasize again the word if, he clinches the party primaries in the APC, he's already working towards having a Muslim from the North as vice president. That is a Muslim ticket. That would not go well. He tried it with Buhari. He was supposed to be the current vice president before he sent Osinbajo.
Yes, we know.
So that shows you he's been trying to have that presidency
But
seat.
we've had Muslim before, Abiola and King Gibe, and they won.
They were never inaugurated.
Yeah, but they won.
They won, but they were never inaugurated. And
yeah,
you have to look at.
So
I understand that. I'm not.
The popular will.
I'm not disagreeing. Matter of fact, they had a candidate in that election called Bashir Tofa from Kano State.
Yes, Abiola
defeated him in his Kano. Ward, not just in Kano. He defeated him in his ward, not just his local government, his ward, where his house is located. Abiola defeated him. That's because Nigerians were sick and tired of military rule. It was a military government in place. The military had a long stretch from Gawan all the way to IBB and Abacha before that happened. Nigerians, even though they knew Abiola was not spotless, he had some corruption. I wouldn't say he had charges in court, but they knew he was in bed.
He was the sponsors of most of the coups. At least the last three. That was the Babangida one, the one before it. He just a coup sponsor, isn't he?
Abiola's brother actually said this. I got this from Abiola's blood brother. He said Abiola was part of most of the coups in Nigeria. He said he would be sitting with Abiola in the room. If Abiola tells you there'll be a change of government in 3 weeks, there is going to be a change of government in 3 weeks. That's because he had money. Like, he would have been one of the world's richest men if he were to be alive today. So Nigerians knew that about him. They knew he was in bed with the military government. Matter of fact, Buhari said this. Well, not publicly. He said the reason he didn't want to give the June 12th that Abiola won as Democracy Day, his reason was because Abiola's money funded the coup that took him out of office. And he was right. Abiola funded the coup that took Buhari out of office. That's why he was hesitant until the likes of Tinubu. Until the likes of Tinubu.
They were parties. Sorry, go on. Yeah.
True. Until the likes of Tinubu went and appealed to him personally before he granted the June 12th.
I think that's the best thing that he did. That's the only good thing that he has done so far, the acknowledgement of that June 12th. But I was going to say that
back to the Muslim ticket. That's why the Muslim ticket worked. Nigerians did not care at that time. If you had brought a Christian ticket, they would have had majority of the votes in the North too. It was just the time and the space at that time. We're in a different time. Some of us were born and we never saw a military head of state. All we know is civilian. So the times have changed, actually. So now bringing up a Muslim ticket in a time like now that as you said, the herdsmen and all that have been ravaging all over Nigeria, it's gonna be a hard sell. It's gonna be a hard product.
The mistake that Buhari made was to put those Fulani headsmen in Yoruba land. He shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have put his killer headsmen in Yoruba land. That was his mistake. But let me just put this to you. I just want you to quickly address this, and then engineer will put a question to you. He's been waiting, and then we must hear from NCBD as much as we delight in your company. I want you to project to 2023. As you said, we effectively have a two-party state. So a lead and a vice for APC and a lead and a vice for PDP. What are your projections, Black League?
Sorry, for what party?
The president, the lead and the vice for APC and the lead and the vice for PDP. Which names will we have on both tickets when we are thumbing our prints in February 2023? So the candidates for both parties, lead and vice.
Well, when it comes to the parties and who they will actually pick, the personalities involved, it's too early to call. because the
No, just
permutations are still
project.
in
We're
place.
asking you to speculate.
But the major, yes, the most of the people you think are the leads in PDP could end up in APC, is what I'm telling you. And most of the majors in APC could end up in PDP. So that is still ongoing. It will continue till 2022. Even in 2023, it's going to happen. But as it is now, the major names from the South, the South West as we have it, the major name is Tinubu. The major opposition to Tinubu is Fayemi. Fayemi has a lot of support in the Southwest, including the support of most of Tinubu's loyalists.
What about Oshibanjo?
Oshibanjo has no chance as we speak. Now, things can change, but as we speak, he has no chance. The only way Oshibanjo could get a chance is if they come to Tinubu and say, we don't want you, but produce somebody, just like they did him in 2015. That's the only way.
Okay,
so
put your neck on the line. Give us a name that nobody is going to hold you to it, but give us just from your calculus, give us a name for PDP 2023 and the vice. APC first. So just a name, because let me give you my name for, and then you see where I'm headed. I'm seeing a Fayemi El-Rufai ticket for APC in 2023 and Atiku Wike for PDP. So, well, what is your permutation?
Well, I don't think Wike. Well, it's all politics. It's all dialogue. But if Wike were to be a vice to somebody, it will be the governor of Sokoto State. I mean,
Tambuwal. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He's his closest personal friend and political ally in Nigerian politics as we speak. So I don't. Atiku is a very formidable candidate to come out PDP, but he's gonna get a lot of opposition. It's gonna be a hard fight because 2023, as we have it, is historic in Nigerian elections and Nigeria's history, because that's the first time the military class will bow out completely. That's the first time it's happened.
What about Amusu? Ebugule Amusu?
Well,
what are his chances? Because that's the military. That's the military tail too.
The military tail. He is part of the military class. He is very close to the president. And
so that could be the last. That could be the last bus stop.
But his spread is not. His influence does not cover the whole of Southwest. Yes, he doesn't have that much influence.
No, it's not big
enough.
So
we're talking about the people with influence. And Fayemi has made a lot of alliances. The strong political voices in the north, the likes of El-Rufai. Even in the south, the likes of Fashola, they're all in the same camp. And they're all united and they're determined. That is their number one goal, is to make sure Tinubu does not clinch the president.
You mean Fayemi and his group?
Yes, some of Tinubu's most loyal men are also part of it. People like the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola.
Yes, he's moved from Tinubu.
Yes, Tinubu was his quote-unquote godfather, as we say.
Where do you put El-Rufai's chance?
El-Rufai might be the president, and it would be dangerous to pick somebody like El-Rufai as a vice president. He's way too ambitious.
Yes, I'm always saying, if you pick El-Rufai as your vice president, then you end up in a Yardua Goodluck Jonathan situation.
I still believe he just stand the highest chance as we speak.
Okay, thank you, Black League. You see, I could just hold you in that space forever, but let me just put one more thing to you. What do you see to the narrative of Atiku pulling out of PDP, Tinubu pulling out of APC, pulling all of their influences together and forming a third force, Black League?
Yeah, a third force is possible, but they need a significant part of the PDP and a significant part of the APC for it to work. Why that worked in the APC, in 2015, why such an alliance and a coalition worked for them was because they went and took people from the PDP. They went to the ruling party and took the core of it. They took the likes of the richest state at that time under the PDP was River State. They got Amici in the bag easy. That's a big source of the fund. Matter of fact, they made sure they made him the director general of the campaign. You know what that means?
Yeah.
A sitting governor of the richest state you control. So that was the move by them. So as it stands right now, the presidency may come from the north. The south have a good chance, but there's too much. There's more infighting in the south than there is in the north.
Okay, Black League, let engineer put a position to you, and then we must now go on to in CBD, who has been waiting for us patiently. So, engineer, you said you wanted to put a position to Black League. Engineer.
Yeah, hiya. Thank you for coming in and giving your point of view on Nigerian issue and Nigerian matter. What I just want to know from you now is, with all the narrative about Nigeria, are you clearly saying that without no teamwork from the southeast, the middle belt, are you saying that there'll be no chance of that country becoming one?
Nigeria has a really good chance to become one, but the people have to lead that charge for Nigeria to become one. The politicians are not going to do it. Why? Because it will work against their interest. Nigeria actually becomes one in the real sense of it. The politicians are not going to have as much money to play with. That's why they divided. That's why they could take all the resources from Niger Delta, all the oil, all the commerce from Lagos and stuff like that. That's because the people are divided. The people on the street, I'm talking about the everyday people. They're highly misinformed, and that's coming straight. And it's not by accident. That's how the political representatives planned it. You see, they do a lot of planning. The people don't do any planning. That's the problem. The solution is the people start planning. That's the simple solution. Nigeria, when we become one, forget about what's happening now. We're in a way better position than America was when it was 60 years old. Trust me.
Okay.
All these developed countries, look at their timeline and what they went through. We're in a way better position as we speak. Even with all the killings and all the injustice going on. So we're really at that point right now. Look at countries like India that were worse than us. Countries like Singapore. Even South Korea, China.
What do you think of NSAS?
Well, Ansar, you talking about the protests?
Yes.
Like, what do I think about it? Like,
do you think it's a success or a bribe move in the right time or the wrong time?
Well, as we speak, SARS still exists, although not on paper, but all the personnel of SARS still work for the police. So it still exists. I think the main issue we're having is the people themselves are not coming together, pulling this is the only way out of this. All over in the world is one formula to come off of oppression. It's one formula. It never changes.
The oppressors.
The people have to come together, get fed up enough. Nigerians are not fed up enough as we speak. They talk about it, but they're not.
But do you
so
believe
the people have to be fed up? The people have to be fed up enough, come together, and see the similarities in the cause that they're all pursuing. So they make it one cause. With that, then the commerce comes in. They start trading with each other. All of them eat on a daily basis. All of them wear clothes on a daily basis. All of them get married on a daily basis. We have a strong economy. Sell stuff to each other, get engaged with each other, do group economics. That's the only way out. I'm coming. The important point is coming.
Yeah.
Group economics. That means we have some money now to play with. Why? Because we've been trading with ourselves for years now. When you get that, you need to now invest in real estate. It's all part of the process. You need to own land. What land are you're saying we're fighting for Nigeria? What land do you own in Nigeria? You're saying you're fighting. You're fighting for something you don't own. So you need to own land, real estate there. That's the second, and it's not the most important step. The most important step comes after that. After you've now gathered resources together, you've now used those resources to acquire
all of that
land.
is laudable, but the first thing we have to do is to rescue ourselves from Malam Buhari. That is the only thing we have to do.
Let me get through it. Let me get through it. After you acquire land, the next thing, that's why we keep complaining about Buhari. We're missing this next step, which is the most important step. After bringing your resources, doing business with each other, getting revenue, buying real estate and building strong businesses with that revenue, the next step is to protect that land you just bought and the resources. How do you protect it? There are two ways. You either get enough money to buy a politician or politicians to represent you. If you cannot buy them, you have to rent them. This is what happens all over the world. And this is the only true and tested process that oppressed people have come out of oppression to become actual self-determined people in not just a country, but in a nation built by them. If you do not get that last part right, and it all has to go in the sequence in which I just mentioned. The last part is the most important part. That money you just got, if what you have, you cannot protect it, you do not deserve it in the first place. If somebody comes to take it from you, you're not capable. That means somebody needed it more than you. It's all laws of nature and laws of life. It happens in the animal kingdom. So why do we think we're any better? Because we're capable of deep thought. No, it's the fact is, if you do not have the money to buy politics is a school and a system on its own. If you do not understand the principles and the laws that go into that school, you will never graduate.
Preach!
Just because 1 + 1 = 2 in common sense and mathematics, that does not mean in politics 1 + 1 = 2.
Hallelujah, Pastor, preach!
It could equal 2, it could equal 1.
That's all laudable and well said, but the thing that we have to do first is to rescue ourselves from Malam Buhari. That always has to be.
One more question. Do you think now, Black League? Do you think now what Igbo is doing? He's moving in the wrong direction, or he's moving in the right direction? Because we
made that the last questions to Black League, but Black League. Sorry, land your question first. Sorry, I interrupted you, engineer.
Yeah, back to what I was saying. You said we need to come together and speak in one voice, and we need to understand ourselves. We need to protect ourselves, and we need to protect our land. You know, we need to buy a land and protect it. What I'm saying here is Igbo, has he made the right choice of coming out to speak for his people, or he has made the wrong choice? Because you said earlier on regarding he needs to have a strategy on how he can handle things. He needs a backup. But when you look at it, if the backup are not there to help, to support, you understand? So how can we communicate to ourselves?
If the backup is not there to support, that simply means the people are not ready. How do actual revolutions, if you look at history and every single revolution, you're gonna see one thing in common. The people themselves got fed up enough. In the Middle East, it could be the hike in, a practical example was a hike in fuel price or something. Something has to affect the entire public, all of them, and affect them enough to a point where they feel like responding. Revolutions are not planned. How revolutions happen is, I'm fed up enough because I cannot feed my family because of the policies of government. You're fed up because you cannot feed your family. You did everything right. They said go to school, you went to school. They said go get a job, you're having a hard time getting a job. They said, okay, if you can't get a job, start a business. You're having a hard time starting a business. Why? Because the government did not create the level playing field for you to have a job and or create a business and have success in it. So what do we do when revolutions take place? There's no planning. I just end up on the streets because I'm fed up, and I meet you and your family on the streets. It's not like we leave home and say, oh,
that wasn't what happened at NSAS, as we keep saying. All these Ajebota people just smoking.
No, that wasn't what happened, because you still you're going out for a protest. You're cooking at home. You're coming back home to eat the food you were cooking earlier. That means you're not going out for a protest. You're just going out for a gathering, and y'all are coming back home. So in response to you with the Sunday Igboho question, Sunday Igboho with I gave you the one formula that is tested and has been used all over the world for oppressed people to come out of oppression. If you look at all the steps I followed and mentioned, Sunday Igboho has not done any of this yet successfully. He hasn't done it yet. That's not to say in the future or even in the near future he's not gonna follow that. But as we speak today, he has not gathered enough people to support the course. They've not done enough business within each other to bring that flow of money. Hey, you need money for everything, include most importantly revolutions or self-determination movement. So you need to have an economy together in that community. What's a community? A place where you control the resources there, you control the security, you control public policy and administration. We do not have communities over there. We have just settlements of people. That's it. So Igboho has not built an effective community to stand as a backing. The Nigerian society as a whole, I told you, we have not built a nation. We've not built a nation yet. A nation is just communities put together. That's all it is. It has the same definition.
All right. Thank you. Hold on. Thank you, Black League. We must necessarily take other voices as well, which I'm sure Black League would like to hear other opinions too. But before we sample other opinions, a real delight in hearing your voice, a new voice, and well worth the time we have spent listening to you.
All right. Can I just add one more thing?
Yeah. No. You will add a lot more.
To Mr. Gomez that threw up a challenge earlier of the 20,000. I'm willing to take it up, and one man you could set up where me and him can come and we could see each other in the eyes online and make that happen.
Yeah. Don't take up a challenge you cannot handle. Alexander is a substantial man. I can tell you, and everybody here.
And I'm willing to prove that Alexander, although I respect him, he's at best a man and he can make mistakes.
Don't end up selling your apartment in because Alexander, he's just going to reach into his glove compartment and bring out the $20,000. You know. This is old money. Don't take on old money. But
one man. I'm equally a one man, so I'm capable of handling that. Don't worry.
Okay. African Wala puts a position to you. He uses super chat as well, which I encourage. If you want your position you're highlighted, then join African Wahala. African Wahala says this. He says, I like Black League, but his perspective of the world is from a Black American view, cannot work in Nigeria. Peace and blessing to the panel. So he feels that you're too Americanized in your worldview.
I'd actually want him to expatiate on that. If there's anything, I stand to be corrected on all I've said.
I
But
think it's probably your accent. I think it's probably your accent and your worldview that has
he has to pinpoint exactly where I went wrong and tell me where I went wrong. Me having as he says, Black American view is very broad and ambiguous. He needs to tell me exactly what I said that's not valid.
Okay, narrow it to specifics is what he's saying to you, African Wala. So thank you very much. Black, I was going to call you Black American now. That's just Black League. Black League. Please stay with us for as long as you can. What I usually do is towards the end, which we're approaching fairly soon, I get people to sum up their thoughts, and then I let somebody have the final say. And I want you to have the final say in this session if you're able to spare the time for us. So hold your thoughts, and at the end, you get the floor to have a full expression of things you feel that you may have missed out in the course of the interaction. So as I always say, we are talent spotting here. We brought you down earlier on in the afternoon session, and I'm sure you are all delighted now in this now new voice that has joined our conversation. Black League is the name that we're contending with. Thank you, Black League. One of my favorite names, of course, in CBD. In CBD, good to have you, and thank you for your patience. Let me talk you through the talking points in CBD, and then you can just give us your quick snapshot of it. In CBD, are you with us? In CBD. In CBD, are you there? Oh, did I mute you? No, I did not. In CBD. Okay, we don't have in CBD. Let me shuffle in CBD then and bring Ovie back. I had to. Ovie was getting because that guy was chiming with Ovie's worldview and he couldn't contain himself. You know, he thought he was going to get his 20%. You're still on 80%, Ovie. You're still on 80%. But Ovie, to the talking points. Are you with us, Ovie, or do you want me to go to Meadowman? Ovie. Okay, I think Ovie is in the middle of something. Let's go to Meadowman. Meadowman, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you for waiting. I'm sure you're delighted in Black League's contribution as well. Your contribution now, you have the floor. Buhari supporters will never allow Tinubu to become president. Sule Lamido, the former governor of Jigawa State, APC postpones Congress National Convention indefinitely. What politics is in play there? Nnamdi Kanu's brother says he was picked up and abducted whilst strolling in Kenya, and the British Guardian newspaper tells us that his passport still remains in Kenya. So that lends to the narrative that it was kidnapped and renditioned to Nigeria. Pa Adebanjo describes Femi Adesina as a betrayer of Yoruba people. So what is he talking to there? So to all of that, your thoughts, Meadowman. Good to have you, Meadowman.
Thanks for having me. Wow. Let me just say congratulations to Black League.
He stood well, didn't he? He spoke well, yeah.
Yeah, he spoke well. Not that I agree with everything he said, but
yes.
But he was able to put his points.
Yeah, he held his own.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
Before I move on, I don't know if it is. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, Black League. But where are you from? Where exactly are you from?
No. Don't answer that question.
Now Koro is from Abba, to be precise.
Yes, he will, if he wants to share, because you say a lot of. You will notice that you only ever say myself, Ovie, engineer, Alexander. So people. I want people to be as anonymous or as frontal as they want.
Not be normal people.
I don't want them to be pressured. Don't be pressured in any way.
You ask people where they're from. At least you asked me where I'm from when I first came into your program.
No. Let us ease him in. If he wants to introduce himself, then he will. He's a substantial person, as you heard. So to the narrative,
like I said, he doesn't need to answer if he doesn't want.
Okay, so you've put the question out. No, it's fair enough. You've put the question out there, so to the narrative.
Blackly, please check the private chat.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me start with Femi Adesina. What the Yoruba leader was saying actually is that he is contrary to the views of most Yoruba people at this moment. I mean, the pains, the cries, the complaints, and the things happening in Yoruba land and in Nigeria. He's saying something different from what the people are saying and people are feeling. Exactly what the southern governors did in Lagos. What they were saying was just, they're just standing with what they think the people want, at least the people they govern, people in the South, what they govern, the people they govern, what they are thinking right now is that, look, we got to take power from Northern. It doesn't matter who becomes the president from the South. It doesn't matter where the president comes from, but it's like being in the hands of a Northerner, Buhari. That is why all these things are happening. Now, if you call any Nigerian, especially from the Middle Belt and the South, they will tell you that their problem today is insecurity. Okay, and they relate this problem to Buhari's government, and so Femi Adesina, like other like Loretta Oniche too, Igbo people can tell her the same thing, that they are talking something that is contrary to what their own people are saying, and that they are not speaking the mind of their people. And what was the other? I think that goes to explain that.
And then Sule Lamido saying that Tinubu would never be president because the Buhari team will prevent him from taking that space. And the reason, let me just give you two or three paragraphs just so you know where he's coming from. Former governor of Jigawa State, Alhaji Sule Lamido, has claimed that supporters of President Muhammadu Buhari are opposed to the prospects of ex-Lagos governor and APC national leader Bola Tinubu becoming president in 2023. Speaking in Kano during an interview with select reporters, People's Democratic Party PDP chieftain said that the promoters of the Buhari presidency would most certainly shun Tinubu's candidacy in 2023, fearing that his emergence will automatically dwarf their 8 years performance and erase their place in history. According to Lamido, in 2023, the emerging political scenario is that anybody with a personality, they will not let him. They will not put him there. If you put Tinubu there, he will bury Buhari's achievements. This is because Tinubu is focused. He knows what he's doing as a leader. He builds people. He builds economies. He has so much going for him that they just envy him. So that is just the coloration that Sule Lamido is. So to that, Meadowman, does that chime with you?
It's like a chess game, right? Does this not sound to you like some sort of reverse psychology? I mean, you're telling somebody. I don't think this Lamido is in the APC.
No, it's a PDP man. Yeah.
You're telling somebody in another party that he will outperform his colleague in the same party, and that is why they are not going to give him. And because he knows that, well, they know things that we don't know, right? They know better than us. They hear things, they interact, they talk to their people, so they know things that we don't know. Probably the elite in the north from the APC are already scheming to remove Tinubu from the play, right? Even if they would ever think of giving that slot to a southerner, they are already scheming to remove Tinubu from that play. And that is probably what he knows. And if that is not the case, maybe he's trying to somehow with his, game, try to trigger some mistrust in the APC camp, and somehow, to benefit them in the PDP or something like that. I think he should focus on what PDP should be doing to wrestle power. I mean, it's a political party, and that's why it is there, to wrestle power from the ruling party in 2023. So that's what I think about.
So you think it's some sort of high-end politics that is playing?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. To the Nnamdi Kanu space, an evergreen narrative within Nigerian political space. In trickles, what happened to him is coming out, and his brother is saying that he was in Kenya. He went out for a walk, and then suddenly they couldn't find him anymore. And then suddenly he's been presented in Nigeria. The British Guardian newspaper are saying that his passport remains in Kenya, which then tells you that he wasn't taken to Nigeria via any legal formal route because he would have his passport with him. So that lends to abduction and rendition. But then, of course, people are saying that if he went missing 8 days ago and it was then resurfacing in Nigeria 8 days later, why was an alarm not raised in the interim? So many unanswered questions still in the Nnamdi Kanu narrative.
Yeah. Well, I believe that this the news, the real story about Nnamdi Kanu's arrest or abduction, like you put it, will come out gradually. We will get to know more, some more other things in depth about his abduction in Kenya. Now we're hearing that his passport is still in Kenya, and like I said before, we say that okay, the British is not doing this, the British is not doing that, they should do this, but I'm almost sure that things are happening behind behind the scenes. People are talking, and that goes to say something to what that guy from Canada, I forgot what his name is. Somebody from Alberta, Canada, was.
Is it Baba Akure? Is it on this platform? Oh, the Canadian Solicitor General Kelechi.
Yeah. It's not Baba.
Yeah. Oh no, go on. Sorry.
So, yeah,
I only think about my own people. Go carry on. Yeah.
No, because he said something, and people were, some people were, I was talking to other people, and some were supporting what he was saying, and others were supporting the Nigerian Attorney General. But what I was saying is that these guys, they know more than us. If he's saying something like that, they know something we don't know. They know something that happened in Kenya that we don't know, how this whole thing transpired. And I'm sure that with time, the real story will be coming out. That is why I said Nnamdi Kanu is like a political prisoner right now, or maybe a political problem, and it will essentially be resolved politically. Ironically, those politicians he would call the Fulefus and call names are those people that will negotiate on his behalf, or maybe he will be what do you call it?
I agree with you. Nnamdi Kanu will ultimately be politically negotiated to freedom because it's too valuable politically for them either to mistreat or just to kill or anything. Yes. So it's just a political tool.
Yeah, he's now a leverage. I don't know in the hands of who, but he's a leverage. And
yes, they will use it. They will throw him at the Igbo people at some point and say, "Okay, take." They will use him when it's politically expedient.
Yeah. So that is what that is if we don't, like I said, if we don't wake up one day and hear that okay, Nnamdi Kanu committed suicide in prison.
No, I think he will be on suicide watch in that space because no, I don't think they would be stupid to let that happen.
Yeah, because not just the Nigerian or the South or the Igbo, interest in him. You still have the international community interest, especially with this whole thing coming out of about the
All
circumstances of
eyes are
his
on him.
arrest.
The British eyes are on
Yeah,
him because he carries a British passport. The Kenyan
yeah,
eyes are on him because they are under the spotlight for uh, their
participation.
involvement. The
Yeah,
Igbo, the
yeah.
IPOP space, their eyes are on him. The Nigerian space, their eyes are on him, and even the Aso Rock, their eyes are on him. So it's just nothing. Even if he coughs, they go and bring the best doctor to say he's coughing. No, why is he coughing? You know.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's what it is.
have you spoken on APC postponing their Congress and
No, not
convention?
yet, not yet.
Yeah.
That
So
I
to
think that
that, what do you think they are playing
yeah.
at?
Well, I think they are waiting for the PDP to take their to make a move. Like I said, it's a chess game right now. And with the volatile situation in Nigerian political space, people are being careful at wanting not to take the wrong step. And so I think they're doing that to see a counter reaction or what will be a counter reaction from the opposition. And I think that is smart because they're in power, they have power, and the opposition has to be mobilizing much more than they are right now if they want power from the APC. Now, from what Black you see, I wanted to call him Black America because I was laughing when you said
Yes, you
what
see,
Black,
Black League.
from what Black League is saying. Well, I think actually I'm seeing that Nigeria is in a bad state right now, because if we will go with what he's suggesting, things that should be done and how it should be done, man, we are in a bad situation. And from now till 2023, it could
Well,
be.
you have to understand that he's just giving his own perspective. That's not setting that this is just his own political assessment.
Yeah, it's
Some
just like a
quite
constructive
a few of it I
criticism.
disagree with, but of course he articulated himself well.
Yeah. I understand that. But it's still to that same space of my own opinion of his opinion, right?
Mm.
So, well, that is. I really enjoyed the program today. I'm on call, so that's why I was on and off. So
Oh,
sometimes they
okay.
call me. Yeah. So
So
well, I'll be here.
All right. Thank you, Meadowman. Stay with us for as long as you can, but don't let that disrupt our more important things that you might well be doing. We go on to CBD, but before we go to CBD, we'll acknowledge Mike's super chat, and he is pointing it in the direction of our Black League. So he says, at Black League, sorry, black man can never be fed up enough. We are too resilient by nature. If we couldn't be fed up through centuries of enslavement. So this is what he's saying. Where to Black League's narration that when people have reached that tipping point, that revolutionary thing will happen organically, just like a spontaneous combustion. But Mike has a different opinion, which he expressed via super chat. So let's go to Unsibidi. Unsibidi, do we have you? Unsibidi. Okay, we don't have Unsibidi. So let's go to Ego. Ego, so you know what the talking points are, Ego. Good to have you. So just speak to the space as you will. Ego, to you.
Yeah. On what ground? On what narrative?
Yeah, we were Sule Lamido, the former governor of
Where will I talk on, please? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ego? Okay. I'm not sure if Ego is hearing.
I can't hear anyone speaking.
Well, okay. I can hear you, but I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Hello?
Okay, we can't hear Ego. So let's go on to Ovie. Ovie, can you hear me and are you able to talk?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, good. So you know what the narrative is. So just speak quickly because you've been chiming in. So, but now you have the floor to just express yourself. Lamido speaks to that Tinubu space. APC convention indefinitely suspended. Additional betrayal of Yoruba, according to Pa Adebanjo, and the Nnamdi Kanu story. He went for a stroll, ended up in Nigeria. His passport remains in Kenya. So to all of that, Ovie, good to see you.
Plenty. Talking about the APC suspending their convention indefinitely. That speaks to what I was trying to tell you yesterday, that the PDP don't have the luxury to say, okay, we want to wait for APC to do their primary first before PDP. They're no fit. APC, being the ruling party, they can afford to wait to the 9 minutes to do that. And that's what you are saying, suspending indefinitely. Now, the thing be that, and the more they push it forward, the more money PDP could spend. So they understanding, and so now the game with that, just like Black Man was trying to say, everything are politics. You have to see it from that every point of view. That passion that we will get for football, so Arsenal they shout for Chelsea, is the same system applied here. Now so that they move, they don't be now with they wish same things be like they don't wish, they have what they want already. The only thing that they are looking for is power. And at that point, they don't care about how you look, which they affect you or not. In fact, now then they deliberately cause what is happening. So they put us in that, panic situation. Just like Black League is saying, the general masses, the level of our consciousness is still very, very, very low. And that is because we won't go heaven. I don't understand why would they pray to go heaven, then we won't live the heavenly lifestyle here again. Because even the Bible self talk and say, if you serve to God. So we have to actually realistically ask ourselves, what do we want? Where do we want to go?
All right. And to Pa Adebanjo calling Femi Adesina a Yoruba betrayer, do you agree with that language?
No, I don't agree. Even though the Pa Adebanjo, with due respect to that, if he did that position, at the same thing he go to talk.
No, you can't.
He has a choice. You either, if you accept the job, in as far you accept the job, you have to do according to what they say. You either leave them.
Principle.
We know go take the job with that. That's the only option you have. You take it and play by the
job, and if you can't do it in the way that you see it be done, then you resign on principle.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I don't blame the what's it called? The young man. Yes, is maintaining his. He has to feed his family one way or the other. He's doing his job.
He never collected ESTA code reach after 6 years that he can't even speak truth to power.
Now you they talk like this.
No, I mean they talk like that. So principles. I told you the narrative of Taisho Larina when he resigned on principle.
Or your mom or your matter.
No,
I mean,
I don't know if that was now. You know why? See, I will. 2 years from now, let's say after the election and that day they don't come back to power again. The same man may go put out life. He go see praise, shower praise, and say yes, he has done well. He has gone there to serve our nation for 8 years. The man go see talk.
Who will?
The same Pa Adesina. Let's watch out. You will sing praise to that man for doing
that. Pa Adesina is a principled Yoruba man. You don't
understand
the Yoruba.
What is he saying about Osinbajo? Are they not playing the same role? Are they not doing this? Are they not serving? Your position are different, but are serving the same capacity. They are serving this nation. Is he doing anything? Is it what is his? What can you attribute that to him as that? Yeah, he has done well.
Moshibanjo.
He's follow too now. As they give script to.
He's not following anybody. He's standing aloof from the situation. He's standing aloof.
Yeah, so that's how so they prepare that office as a vice president. You are pretty much nothing. So yes, if they being you have to be a good boy, and that's exactly the same thing he's doing. Gariba Shea did the same thing. This is the script. Go and read
it. Anyway.
I tell you, he still speak to what I've been saying about 48 years of power. That get somebody to do it and claim the credit. Then they carry the Shehu say with no book. They carry the best brain to face the public now. That's what they are doing.
But Femi Adesina is not the best brain.
All of a sudden, since when?
No, since ever.
Before.
It was just
as a journalist, he was a journalist, as in the main. So before he became presidential spokesperson or after.
He wasn't the Tribune editor. He was a some tabloid nonsense paper. It wasn't the editor of the Tribune.
Oh my!
No. You go read the Tribune.
So what it can be the level? What is there? Okay, so what do you qualify him as now? If you say he's not smart, he's not
a bag carrier for a malam. He's a bag carrier for a malam.
He's a bag carrier for a malam.
Throwing his own people under the bus for some aboki, throwing his own kids and kin.
I'm sorry,
he
man.
had to go to Daura after in 2023 and go and take bonga.
That guy go now. They go give him title. Life, Yoruba. I trust no one beg go full everywhere after he finish 8 years. He go build mansion for a village. Then invite all the Yorubas go come say yes, there's a son of his soil. Well done. Now what go happen be that? So now you feel all of a sudden he's not smart anymore. He's not educated. He's nonsense.
No, I didn't say he wasn't educated. I said he's not smart. You are trying to give him attribution as though he was some intellectual. He is not.
We are here discussing about him and you said he's not smart.
We're discussing
a presidential spokesperson is not smart.
No,
the populous black nation in the world, the spokesperson to the rallies is not smart. I don't understand.
Is Garba Shehu smart?
For 6 years running.
Is Garba Shehu smart? Is Malam Buhari himself smart? The only smart person in that space is the Emir Oshibanjo. That's the only brain in the whole thing.
Why? Because he's playing by the rules. The be mumu. That's being smartness. He's a professor. That's why he's smart.
Yes.
He is smart because he is smart. Professor is just learning books, reading and regurgitating. Anyway. Those are my own opinions.
Smart man doesn't talk. That's the problem.
Yeah,
that is his job. Is just to speak on behalf of the president. Why you not go talk?
How do you mean?
What is Garba Shehu's just description?
Yeah, right.
Now, presidential spokesperson now come and talk before the president. That is his job. That is the only job he has. Speak for the president. Whatever narrative they give you, go put down there like that.
All right.
I say it to talk. I don't understand. Make it just keep quiet.
Nobody talk say it to talk. We talk say they talk nonsense. Talk sense is the thing. It's not just opening the mouth and let the.
But the person we are employer is not complaining. That means he's doing his job.
We are complaining. We are his employers. Nigeria is his employer.
No, it's not. No, it's not speaking for Nigeria. It says it's a presidential. It's speaking for the president. It's not speaking for us. So person will give him a job.
Is Buhari paying him out of his pocket?
Yes.
Who is paying him? Who is paying?
It's coming out from presidential budget now. A budget. It's a presidential spokesperson.
Is that budget from his yard in Daura? Is the budget from his yard in Daura? Who is paying Femi Adesina? Who is paying him?
Buhari is paying him now.
Or from his personal from his personal pocket.
I want to believe so. Yes.
Okay. Buhari is paying Adesina from his personal pocket.
He's not speaking on behalf of Nigeria now. He's speaking on behalf of the president. This one I like in PA, personal PA.
Okay.
So I don't think it's. I could be wrong, but I don't think our tax this in the PA. I could be wrong, but
I doubt that very much. He's paid from the national coffers. But let's go on to the east. The Nnamdi Kanu narrative went for a stroll in Kenya. His passport remains in Kenya, but his person in DSS facilities eating tuwo coffee.
I mean, I know it's coming from his brother, but it's kind of it sounds funny to me because if they say they pick him up from the street, him forward a week, 8 days before they release. So they don't know where, if they can trace his flight ticket, they don't know where hotel where he stay, or if not private residence, they could not. I mean, I somehow maybe they no come out tell us next week. Say he's from from Israel. Now they catch.
Or yam,
So
or yam, according to
so
because
I
I have
mean,
another one now with Professor Who as a yam, Yusuf something yam. Oh, okay, thank you, V. Just for reasons of time and because I want to shut it down. On CBD, I'll try you again. If we don't have you, then maybe tomorrow we'll get you. On CBD, to you. Okay, we don't have on CBD, so we'll just because I'm going to start rounding off now. So Ego will come to you, just rattle through the talking points, and then we'll start to wind it down. So Ego, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you. So just speak to the space, just so people can hear your voice, and then we'll start to round it down.
Yeah. With regards to Nnamdi Kanu, the brother should have raised an alarm earlier, being that he's been the one talking to him. It's quite unfortunate that he didn't even say anything. You know that the Nigerians find out that Nnamdi Kanu is already eating two in the DSS Shamba. We find it quite surprising and unfortunate that his brother can keep that secret within himself. Haven't not heard from his own brother for 1, 2, 3 days. So it sounds very funny. Moving on to the space of PDP, whatever. What was the next issue we were talking about?
Just speak to the ones you remember because I'm over 5 hours now and I'm just keen to.
That's true.
Yeah.
So to the space, I seriously believe that Tinubu should not be thrown away because he can disorganize the entire Nigeria with his own followers. So that's what I believe. So disseminating him, like throwing out of the APC or whatever, if he have to throw it with anywhere around the south, I believe that's where the power will stay. And it's high time we begin to understand that the Niger Delta region, which is those people who are producing, because the gold in Zamfara is spending Zamfara. So time is coming where the oil in Niger Delta should be spent in Niger Delta. So that's the play now.
All right. Thank you, Ego. To Ola, just quick words from you to say goodbye. Ola. Okay, I don't think we've got Ola in situation. So, Ovie, just quick words from you to say goodbye. Oh, let's actually go to Engineer, who was about to go to bed to get ready for the game. Engineer, just quick words from you to say goodbye.
Yeah, what I'm just going to say here is, to be honest, if there's no unity, then there'll be a problem. It's just for now, let's try and start building ourselves and start having that confidence in ourselves, and also apart from that, it's time we need to start speaking to each other. And let's wait till Buhari will go, then we'll start thinking forward how to fix ourselves. But for the time being, we just have to start communicating. You see, if we don't communicate to ourselves, to be honest, this is why I always say we need to communicate to ourselves. We need to understand each other, because without that, trust me, there will be a nightmare in that country. And also to the people of Southeast, and the Middle Belt, the Hausas, they are hoping on us. So they're just looking into us now as their saving grace. It's something we need to start talking to ourselves, and we, fix ourselves together. And that's the only way that we can come and conquer these people out of that place. And God will bless us, and hopefully we enjoy the football tomorrow. Let's say today.
Well, later on today now. Thank you, Engineer. And come on, England versus Italy for the European Championship later on today. Engineer cheering for England are you. So thank you, Engineer, and come on, England. So we go to Medoman. Before we go to Medoman, we acknowledge African Wahala's super chat. It says Ovie go chop national cake pieces if he gets chance. Yes, Ovie is about the national cake. We all know that. Ovie,
Amen.
People, so you want chop national cake to no be good you want go do for there.
They forbid them. Am I forbidden? Are the crazy one who go chop if I say am?
All right. Thank you for the super chat, African Wahala. So, Middleman, quick words from you, and then quick words from Ovie, and then we'll have Black League round things up for us. So, quick words from you, Middleman.
Okay, thank you. Ovie, national cake still remain.
Oh yeah, but I would never even reach one quarter. Is it many? Is that we have not even discovered half.
Well, it's been nice hanging out with you guys. Well, from what I'm seeing, the thing is that a northerner, two northerners will be candidate, and the northerner will be the next president. And that is ordinarily not a problem to me. I think anybody can be a good leader, a good president of Nigeria. The problem is that the negative mindset the rest of us have now towards the Fulani people, the Fulani or the Hausa Fulani, or because of what some people have been doing in Nigeria, that will take a long time to cancel. That is a very dangerous thing. This is the kind of thing that brought the genocide in other countries like Rwanda. So the next Nigerian president, be it from the south or from the north, I think he should be from the south or from the north, we have a great deal of, I think the first 2 years he will have to be, going around the country and repatching everything that has been destroyed. So Mr. Engineer is right. We need to start talking to each other and start rebuilding. Because he said that there were problems in the country. We already have problems in the country. And if we really want to save that country, especially the Northerners, I think they should cede the next presidency to the South, and from there we can start to review Nigeria, because Nigeria is totally messed up right now.
All right. Thank you, Middleman. Middleman, ladies and gentlemen, a voice that you have all become accustomed to now. Hopefully, we hear more and more from him as we go on and grow bigger and bigger. Still, a lot of people still with the session. Thank you. What I'm noticing now is that people are coming early and staying longer, and I'm now hopeful that if you do participate, then you are actively a participant and a member of the team by clicking on the subscription button. That is all I require from you, just that little click on that red button to turn it gray. And to Ovie, we go then for his summary. Just quick words from you, Ovie.
Yeah, my religion is not against eating national cake. We know they forbid them. Yeah, engineer said the country is divided. Black man say the masses, be the individuals, we are divided. They are both right. But I won't say the country is divided. The country is divided until the elite are divided. The elite are still very together. I don't see any reason why they would divide at all. So the elite are still together. So the country will keep moving on. So the problem now is, in as far we cannot agree and see them as our enemy, we just have to see them. We have to have a common goal now, and they are our common goal. We have to find a way to get against them. But again, based on Black Man and Black League analysis, hunger day, and we have to find a way to feed ourselves, because, as I keep saying, most of the policies are not out of incompetence. Most of the policies are deliberate, just to impoverish us. If we not take that deliberate action to invest in ourselves and feed ourselves first before we can actually say we won't face these people, we will just complain. We go complain when the election come. We go seek their praise. After election, we go begin complain. You will be recycling. I don't see anything why winning team should change anyway. Even in football, you don't change the winning team. They say the elite are very together. They don't need to change.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Well put. Ovie, ladies and gentlemen, the superstar of the platform. Ovie, Thank you. Ovia, we see you soon. And to you then, Black League, the floor is yours now. I hope we still have you. So now you now have the floor now just to round things off for us and the things that you might have not have been able to get across. So you get them across now. Black League, ladies and gentlemen. Black League, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you, one man. Well, I think we as Nigerians must come together and know our power and also know our position in world politics. We are potentially the most important country in the world, not just the most important, we are potentially the richest country in the world. The sooner the people stop thinking like they're oppressors, the better it will be for the whole country. And what do I mean thinking like they're oppressors? The oppressors have a plan. The plan is to divide and conquer. That's exactly what the people are doing too. The people are so divided while they're more similar than they think. We all have the same aspirations, no matter what ethnic group no matter what ethnic nationality you belong to. Pardon me for saying ethnic group. I got that from the Nigerian media, and we all need to do better with even calling ourselves ethnic groups. We are ethnic nationalities. I'll give you an instance with the Yorubas in the excess of 20, 30 million people. Well, the Scots, probably about 5 million people, but they're a nation. They call them an ethnic nationality. So how can you call a group of not even up to 5 million people a nationality and us is ethnic groups? No, we are ethnic nationalities put together to form one nation. The sooner we build that nation, the better it will be for us, for the generations to come, and for the entire African world, not just within Africa. All the people of African descent are really looking up to Nigeria, including the Black Americans. Once Nigeria gets it right, the whole African world gets it right. So we are in a point where it's really up to us, because we're looking up to our oppressors to come be the saviors of the day. We're looking to the same people who destroyed everything we have to come fix it. Where does it happen? Where does the person in power just graciously says, oh, I'm relinquishing power and y'all can come have it now? No. The number one law of power is there is never a vacuum. If you refuse to be involved, you will be naturally excluded. It's not even tribalism, as we like to call it. It's just laws of life and laws of power. There is never a vacuum in power. So as I was saying earlier, just to emphasize on the point, all oppressed people have one formula to come off oppression. Number one, identify your similarities. Number two, build an economy. Trade with one another. It doesn't matter how poor you are. If you have a billion poor people, trust me, you got rich people. There's no such thing as a billion poor people, or in Nigeria's case, 200 million poor people. There's no such thing. Because if we're all poor, how come we eat every day? We wear clothes, we go to markets, we have weddings, we have photographers, we have an economy. We just need to control it, where the money is controlled by us. After we've built that economy, we need to own real estate. That means land. Nothing happens without land. You cannot go fighting for a place where you own no land in. It doesn't make sense anywhere in the world. Africa is no exception. You cannot fight for something that is not really rightfully yours. You could say all you want, oh, my forefathers lived there, blah, 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 blah. Go to the government records. They have the list of all the landowners, all of them. Where does your name reflect on that list? If your name is not there, then you have nothing to fight for. It's the landowners that are actually in the conversation, not you. So for you to even have any form of progress, you need land. So that's what we do with the money that we amass from trading with one another. After we own that land and the businesses on that land and our houses on that land, we need to go into politics. How do you go into politics? You either have your own politicians represent you. When you get your own politicians, there are two things. If you don't have them readily available, you buy them. If you cannot buy them, you rent them. That's what happens everywhere in the world, including the developed West that we all crave to be like. Here, every group, how do the Asian Americans work? How do the Jewish Americans work? After they've taken all these processes, they buy or rent politicians. What do the politicians do for you? The politicians are at the center of everything you do in the world. It's through politicians you even get a constitution. What is a constitution? The best way I could describe a constitution is, if you're a Christian, what the Bible is to your spiritual life, that's what the Constitution is to your physical life. The Constitution can determine whether you'll be dead tomorrow or not, and would determine what cause of action would follow your death, whether the courts will do anything about it or not. It's all in the Constitution. That's why politics is important. It determines your life. It determines whether you're going to be breathing or not. It's going to determine where your kids will go to school and determine how much they will pay as school fees or tuition. It's going to determine what markets you will go to, or if you would even have markets at all. It's going to determine where you're going to live, or if you're even going to live at all. It's at the center of everything you do. Politics, even in your own home. For you to get something within siblings, that you have to do some politicking for you to get what's rightfully yours. If not, your father could go buy phones for the other siblings and not buy you a phone. You have to do some politicking. Say, hey, I'm part of this too. You got it for this. That's all what politics is. If you do not get politics right, that means you cannot secure what you own. Any group of people that cannot secure what they own do not deserve it to begin with. If I own a house and I cannot protect that house, I do not own it. Somebody could come take it from me at any time. Somebody who needs it more than I do. There is never a vacuum in power. So I think as people, we all know what the problems are. And I've enumerated the solutions from what I've observed and seen from all oppressed groups of people in the world. They've all followed this formula and it's worked successfully. So to summarize my point, the solution is we all need to unite, get our economy right together. I'm not talking about waiting on the government to do anything. No, the people have the power. The politicians put together are not up to 5,000. The whole of the National Assembly is not up to 500 people. The executive is not even half of that. So all in total, you're not even getting up to 1,000 people who control the fate of 200 million people. They cannot control the economy, but we can. We got the number. Numbers is everything in politics. So the moment we realize that, come together, make the economy work for us, use that money to actually own land so that our agitation can even have a basis. Yes, we own land. That's why we're agitating to protect what we already have and own. If we do not get this right, history would repeat itself. Africa will be colonized yet again. We went out of the initial colonization that lasted colonization and slavery that lasted 400 years. It could happen again. And with history, if you look at the patterns in history, it has shown that the people who do not learn from the mistakes made in history are bound to repeat the same mistakes. We are already repeating the same mistake. And I just hope that because we have the power to turn the trajectory of Nigeria, and to add to that, we could change the trajectory of the whole world if we get our acts together, which we're very capable of.
Thank you,
All right. Thank you very much, Black League. Well articulated. Usually I interrupt people a lot, but I was enthralled by the way you are presenting it as much as everyone else that I couldn't even think to interject. So, Black League, thanks for your company. First time here, hopefully not the last time here, because as you can tell, people are looking to hear more from you. Thank you, Black League. So that was Black League. I'm not even going to embellish or anything. You've heard the man present himself, and you've heard everyone else present themselves too. So the mix that is usually what you get here, one man went to Mo. You heard Ovie, you heard Ola, you heard Ajanle Koko, and all the voices in between. Ego chimed in. We couldn't get Professor Data O in. A lot of comments from the comment section, and it has been a session. So the session here ends here, but the conversation does not. The conversation carries on in the comment section where I will join you to engage. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.